Chapter 56:24. True Water Ancestor said weakly, "As long as young master can heal my injuries, I am willing to respect young master." Lin Xian nodded. He said, "Wait a moment. I'll recover and treat you tomorrow." Lin Xian was respectfully invited by the ancestor into a large hall. Countless treasures were presented. He also warned that no one was to disturb him. After Lin Xian entered, he sat down cross-legged and set up an array. He prepared to enter the sword world. He had no way to treat the poison of the great Tao, but there was an antidote in the sword world. De Long had already told him that a few fruits could cure the injuries of the great Tao, so Lin Xian only needed to find them for the other party to consume. Entering the sword world again, it became even more mysterious than before. Lin Xian also felt a huge pressure when he entered. He was surprised and continued to walk inside. Lin Xian even swallowed 2 fruits on the way, causing the power of his divine fire to become even more terrifying. Lin Xian felt that he was an extremely terrifying existence among the 4 champions. He was not far from breaking through to become a quasi-emperor. However, before that, Lin Xian did not plan to completely break through and become a quasi-emperor. He wanted to condense the immortal Qi seed first, and then break through to become even stronger. Although the sword world had become mysterious, there were not many fruits. Lin Xian picked another one and gave it to Little White. Basically, he could not find it, even if he looked into the distance. Fortunately, he found a pitch-black leaf in the end. This leaf was as big as a millstone. After Lin Xian picked it, the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. This could cure the other party's poison of the great Tao. After cultivating in the sword world for another half a day, Lin Xian came out. The next day, the heavenly water ancestor arrived early and waited outside the hall. He was nervous and perturbed, but he did not dare to disturb Lin Xian, so he could only be extremely anxious. At this time, the door to the hall opened. The heavenly water ancestor suddenly raised his head. When he saw Xian Shao, he said, "Young master, is that enough?" Lin Xian was shocked. "You're up really early." However, he also knew that the safety of a quasi-emperor was extremely important to a family. He nodded and said, "It's about time. Lead the way." Soon, they arrived at the Sea of Clouds again. At this moment, all the elders were waiting there. When they saw Lin Xian, their bodies trembled, especially 8th elder. He walked over and knelt down. "Young master, please spare my life. I offended young master before. Please punish me." Lin Xian waved his hand and said, "Forget it, you may leave." He was now an ancestor, so he didn't care about other people. "Thank you, young master. In the future, I will definitely go through water and tread on fire for young master." The 8th elder was extremely grateful. Originally, he thought that he was going to die. Who would have thought that the young master would be so magnanimous? The young master had arrived. Within the Sea of Clouds, Patriarch True Water opened his eyes. Her beautiful face was pale and bloodless. She was probably extremely weak and did not have much strength left. Lin Xian waved his hand and took out the black leaf. He said, "Eat it." When he saw the black leaf, Patriarch True Water was stunned. He examined it carefully, and then his expression was extremely strange. Why did it feel like the leaf was filled with poison? Lin Xian said, "Why? Don't you believe me?" Patriarch True Water said, "I'm already so injured. Can it get worse?" "I believe, young master." She took the black leaf and swallowed it bit by bit. In the next moment, her body shook and her entire body turned black. She kept spitting out black blood. Everyone was on guard. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was calm and at ease. Her condition would improve in 3 days. Everyone waited patiently for 3 days. They realized that Patriarch True Water's face was no longer pale, and she could even stand up. "She's really fine. Thank you, young master." Patriarch True Water came to Lin Xian and bowed deeply. From now on, young master would be the leader. There was no choice. Lin Xian's methods were too mysterious, and he was extremely strong. Following such a person, they might have a chance to soar into the sky. Don't worry. When I need you guys, Lin Xian nodded. Then he said, yes. You don't want revenge? Tell me in detail about the 10,000 Dragon Court. Young master, this way, please. The two boundary emperors invited Lin Xian in, and then they discussed in the main hall. It turned out that True Water had gone out to look for opportunities. He also knew that the deity ground had descended. Not only could people from the outside enter, but some places in the deity ground would be opened as well. Indeed, some places that were originally sealed were opened. There was a place that was very mysterious. Legend had it that when the moon was full, the moon palace would appear in the sky. Hence, Patriarch True Water waited there. He did not expect to meet people from the 10,000 Dragon Court. Both sides had a conflict, and in the end he was injured and fled. Moon Palace? Lin Xian squinted his eyes. Patriarch True Water said, that was a very mysterious place in the deity ground. Legend had it that it was related to the moon immortal. Of course, there was an even older legend related to the moon immortal. But no matter what, it was an extremely mysterious place. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. Gods and immortals were related? Interesting. Such a place was filled with great opportunities. He would not miss it. She asked about the Moon Palace and prepared to head there. Young master, the Moon Palace opens on the night of the full moon. There is still some time. I heard that young master was looking for an immortal technique. We are willing to give young master another one. Patriarch True Water brought Lin Xian to the Xiantian stone tablet to look at the heavenly water art. Lin Xian memorized it and nodded. Thank you. You guys can recover here first. When it is time for revenge, I will look for you. Thank you, young master. The two boundary emperors respectfully sent Lin Xian away. Lin Xian got the immortal technique, just in case. Murong Qingcheng, Yan Ruyu, and Xue Qi would definitely become boundary emperors in the future. However, he did not know whether he would walk the divine path or the immortal path. Hence, he prepared some immortal techniques. There was no harm in it. Moreover, he could cultivate on his own. After leaving the Shuiyun clan, Lin Xian headed to the Moon Palace. Along the way, he walked and comprehended, feeling the mysterious power of the deity ground. Just like that, Lin Xian started on the path of cultivation. However, a few days later, Lin Xian stopped. He heard the sound of battle ahead. There were people, and he saw the illusion of an immortal king. It was the Yi clan. With a sway of his body, Lin Xian charged forward. Yi Ying's face was pale and his eyes were filled with anger. Damn it, they were attacked. The Yi clan chose a direction and there were no other great emperor clans on the way. The Yi clan was divided into many teams, and Yi Ying was one of them. They were scouting nearby. However, a day ago, they met an enemy, a terrifying enemy. The other party was a boundary emperor. They could not resist such a person at all, so they were prepared to retreat. However, they did not expect that the other party would not let them go. Damn it, the Yi clan is a great emperor clan. Do you really want to be enemies with us? Chapter 56-25. The Great Emperor's Family? That's even better. All of you have fragments of the Great Emperor's bloodline in your veins, right? Although it's not much, it's better than nothing. Hand over your bloodline obediently and I can give you a quick death. An extremely cold voice came from the void, making everyone's scalp tingle. Damn it! How dare you have designs on our bloodline? Yi Ying's eyes were red. We'd rather die than submit. They fought their way out of the encirclement. With an angry roar, the people of the Yi family quickly flew in all directions. Still want to run? It's useless. Go to hell. A sneer came from the sky, followed by endless black fog that covered the sky and earth. It completely enveloped the entire space. Heaven and earth turned dark in an instant. They couldn't even see their own fingers. Some of the people of the Yi family were instantly deprived of their bloodline. They turned into white bones and fell to the ground. No, Yi Ying was in despair. Could it be that all of them were going to die here? At this moment, the void was suddenly split open. A huge crack tore the darkness apart. Sunlight shone in. In the next moment, a sun bloomed between heaven and earth. Flames fell and swept in all directions. Someone helped us again. The people of the Yi family looked up. The face of the quasi-emperor in the sky darkened. "Who is it? You're courting death. How dare you meddle in my affairs?" Everyone turned their heads to look. They saw a man walking over. This person was like a sun war god. "Lin Gongzi, it's you." Yi Ying was overjoyed when he saw him. Although he wasn't a member of the Yi family, he was a friend of the Yi family. This was Lin Wudi. They hurriedly ran over and said, "Lin Gongzi, please save us." They were well aware of Lin Xian's strength. Hence they saw hope. "Don't worry, no one can hurt you with me around," Lin Xian said. The Yi family had always been Lin Xian's friends. How could Lin Xian ignore them? I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be a young child. "You want to fight against me?" The black fog in front of them filled the air. Then an old figure appeared. This was an elder dressed in black robes. His face was gloomy and cold, and his entire body was extremely skinny, as if he was a dried corpse. His body carried an extremely terrifying aura that made one's scalp go numb. "Brat, do you know the consequences of offending a quasi-emperor?" "Scram," Lin Xian said coldly. The old man's pupils constricted. "You're the first person who dares to speak to me like that. I'll let you have a taste of what it means to wish you were dead." Kaiser Blood raised his head abruptly, his eyes turning blood red. In the next moment he rushed over. 2 streaks of mist danced in the air and turned into 2 ghostly claws, grabbing down from the air. "Young master, be careful. He is a quasi-emperor," Yi Ying and the others hurriedly reminded him. Lin Xian sneered. So what if he was a quasi-emperor? He took a step forward, and the flames on his body instantly turned into a sword chi that slashed forward. With a clang, the ghost claw was split into 2 halves. Damn it, he was actually able to block it. Kaiser Blood's expression changed. Was this young man a boundary emperor? He checked carefully, but he realized that he was not. Just as he was puzzled, Lin Xian had already rushed to the sky and arrived in front of him. A golden fist punched out. A thunderous sound rang out, hitting Kaiser Blood's body. Kaiser Blood's blood was boiling. He looked up to the sky and roared, "You're courting death." His sharp claws continued to attack Lin Xian in close combat. When the two collided, Lin Xian frowned slightly. Kaiser Blood's body was shriveled, but his physique was extremely strong. Moreover, his body was extremely cold, as if he was a dead man. He was indeed strange. "Brat, you're really courting death to compete with me in terms of physique." Kaiser Blood sneered and attacked again. He was very confident in his physique. This was because he had once absorbed the bloodlines of countless powerhouses and then condensed this body. It was definitely incomparably powerful. The brat in front of him would not be able to defeat his physique at all. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Lin Xian raise his hand and a ray of sword chi gathered. It was useless. Kaiser Blood snorted and punched out again. However, this time he screamed in pain. He retreated. His arm was split open. This sword had broken through his defense. How was this possible? Kaiser Blood was going crazy. Lin Xian sneered. Azura sword technique. He stabbed out 5 times in a row, piercing through Kaiser Blood's body. Kaiser Blood was injured. His blood dyed the sky red. At the same time, he was even more shocked. This brat in front of him was so strange. He escaped. He did not continue fighting. He turned and ran. He turned into ghost fog and floated in all directions. Lin Xian snorted and did not chase him. He still had to rush to the Moon Palace. The Yi family members were shocked. Was he defeated? That was a boundary emperor. Just like that, Lin Xian was easily defeated. They knew that Lin Xian was powerful and wanted to use Lin Xian's heaven-devouring jar to defeat a boundary emperor. However, Lin Xian did not use any supreme Dao weapon at all. He had defeated a quasi-emperor with his own strength. Oh heavens! Has Lin Wudi's strength reached such a terrifying level? They were shocked. Yi Ying and the others bowed to Lin Gongzi, thanking him for saving their lives. Lin Xian nodded. That guy would not dare to come back. Be careful from now on. With that he rose into the air and flew into the distance. Yi Ying and the others looked up enviously. When would they be as strong as Lin Gongzi? Don't think about it. I think he's already a boundary emperor. Even our saint Yi Wudao is no match for him. These people sighed and then left. The mountain range where the Moon Palace was located was called Moon Mountain. However, as the celestial land descended into the small world, the ceiling formation was also activated. Many people were already flashing around. However, the night of the full moon had not arrived yet, so they could not enter the Moon Palace. At this moment, some people stopped nearby. Lin Xian also came to Moon Mountain. He looked around, his eyes flashing. He opened his Rinnegan. He could feel the extraordinariness of this mountain range. He could even sense an even more mysterious aura above the 9 heavens. However, it was too ethereal. Even with his current Rinnegan, he could not completely lock onto it. It was indeed terrifying. It should be the aura of the Moon Palace. Lin Xian was overjoyed. Perhaps he could obtain a great fortune in the Moon Palace. It would be best if he could condense an immortal chi seed. This way his strength would increase. At that time, it would not be a problem for him to challenge the 6th Dan King. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian walked to the left. There seemed to be the essence of the moon in Moon Mountain. The plants, stones, and some monsters that grew here all had the information of the moon. It belonged to the yin of yin and yang. After Lin Xian walked over, a yin-yang image appeared under his feet. It seemed to have merged with the great path. This place was indeed extraordinary. Lin Xian sighed. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from ahead. It's you, kid. Chapter 56:26. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian also turned his head. When he saw the other party, he smiled. So it's you guys. Why are you here to pay respects to your ancestors again? Damn kid, you're courting death. These people were none other than Bloodsword and the rest. When they saw Lin Xian, they immediately gritted their teeth. Because last time, they all knelt down to Lin Xian. This was unacceptable to them. They swore that they would kill him when they saw him. They didn't expect this kid to come to Moon Mountain. This was a good opportunity. 6th uncle, it's him. It's this kid. We must capture him. The people of the Blazing Fire tribe were also roaring crazily. Their eyes were red. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked out. He squinted his eyes and said, Last time, it was him who made you guys kneel? That's right, 6th uncle. This kid has a ring in his hand. It's the Blazing Sun Ring that was lost for more than 10,000 years. I don't know where he picked it up from. We must get it back. This is something that belongs to us. We can't let this despicable person be so arrogant. Voices came one after another. That middle-aged man had a square face. His eyes were like copper bells filled with flames. His hair was like a fire python that kept dancing. It even coiled around his body. It was extremely terrifying. This Moon Mountain didn't only have the Blazing Fire tribe. There were other figures. They were also here to investigate the Moon Palace. At this moment, when these people saw from afar, they were all shocked. Heavens, that's the Blazing Fire tribe, right? Is someone courting death and challenging the Blazing Fire tribe? It's just a young man. Who is this person? Which family is he from? The surrounding people were discussing, but they realized that they didn't know him at all. But when the middle-aged man walked out, they all exclaimed, Blazing Demon! It's actually him! An old man exclaimed. After hearing this, the others sucked in a breath of cold air. What? The Blazing Fire tribe's demon hunter? I heard that he's extremely terrifying. Is he back? This demon hunter was extremely terrifying. It was said that in order to break through, he attacked crazily and challenged the 10 great families alone. He killed many experts of the 10 great families. In the end, the 10 great families were enraged and sent countless experts to kill him. There were hundreds of experts there, but they were all killed by the demon hunter. Their blood was red. The 9 heavens turned into Azura hell. Ever since that battle, the major clans were completely terrified and didn't dare to make a move again. However, this was already something that happened more than 1,000 years ago. In the past 1,000 years, the other party had been cultivating in seclusion. His strength was terrifying to the extreme. Right now, the other party was only one step away from Quasi-Emperor. More importantly, this person was very young, less than 3,000 years old. Becoming a Quasi-Emperor at this age meant that his future was limitless. It could be said that they were extremely terrifying existences in the Mesozoic era. Now that he wanted to make a move, how could this young man in front of him possibly withstand it? The people of the Raging Fire tribe also laughed loudly. With their 6th uncle making a move, the other party would definitely die. A figure appeared on a nearby mountain peak. It was a woman with a pair of pure white wings on her back. They fluttered gently, making her look like an angel. He squinted his eyes and said, "Young man, run quickly. You are no match for him." Lin Xian raised his head and glanced at the man. Was he that powerful? Since he was not even a quasi-emperor, he should be trash. Hearing this, the woman with white wings was also stunned. As for the people of the Raging Fire tribe, they were even more stunned. Quasi-emperor? Do you think quasi-emperors are cabbages in the celestial land? They were also extremely terrifying existences. Their 6th uncle was not even 3,000 years old. He could be said to be very young. Moreover, he was very close to becoming a quasi-emperor. He could definitely become one at the age of 3,000. This was an extremely young quasi-emperor. His future was limitless. How dare this kid look down on him? Stupid thing. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have the blazing sun ring. This time, we will not hesitate to make a move. Blood, Sword, and the others also roared crazily. You people, are you not going to follow the rules of your ancestors? In that case, I won't be polite. Lin Xian walked out and said, "You are called 6th uncle, right? If you obediently kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake, I will spare you. Otherwise, I will let you know the taste of despair." The demon hunter in front was also angry. He snorted coldly. "Kid, no one dares to challenge me. Even a quasi-emperor would place great importance on me. Just you alone? I will give you a chance. Attack me with all your strength. Otherwise, you are dead." However, Lin Xian shook his head. "To deal with you, I don't need to attack. One look is enough to kill you. Arrogant, he is really too arrogant." The spectators all shook their heads and sighed. This brat was too reckless. Does he really not know who a demon hunter is? Fiery Demon's face also darkened. "Good kid. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." Demon Fire Palm. His palm stretched out with black flames. It was like the flames of the demon world. He slapped forward. This aura was really terrifying. It was very close to that of a quasi-emperor. The spectators felt their scalps go numb. Being targeted by such a person, the outcome would be very tragic. However, Lin Xian stood there and did not move at all. This kid was scared silly. Of course. How could he be a match for his 6th uncle? The fiery demon race sneered. In the sky, the lady from the flying feather race shook her head and sighed. "What a pity. You are quite handsome. I wanted to save you, but you are brainless." Demon Hunter sneered. Looks like his clansmen were frightened by blazing sun's ring the last time. This time, he would attack without hesitation. He would kill his opponent and take back the blazing sun ring. At the thought of this, the demon fire on his palm became even more terrifying. However, at this moment, Lin Xian moved. He did not make any extra movements. He just glanced forward. Reincarnation, soul snatching. Buzz. Demon Hunter's palm stopped in midair. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? Why isn't sixth uncle attacking? Does he not want to attack? Is he softening his heart? Impossible. Sixth uncle must be playing a game of cat and mouse. He wants to play me to death. Voices rang out one after another. At this moment, sixth uncle's face became incomparably ugly. What's going on? What kind of eye is that? At this moment, the scenery around him disappeared and was replaced by an eye. An eye that was filled with the power of reincarnation was looking down at him like a god. He felt that he could not move at all. It was not that he did not want to attack, but that he could not. He felt that his soul was being mercilessly crushed by a hand. In the end, he screamed as his soul was torn apart and he was sent flying. Boom! A violent explosion rang out as the void shattered. The surrounding people were stunned when they saw the scene. Sixth uncle was sent flying. He was injured. Damn it. What did that kid do? Why didn't they see anything? Chapter 56:27. The spectators were all stunned, their eyes and mouths agape. The world was silent except for sixth uncle's screams. The female from the flying feather clan narrowed her eyes. That was impossible. She thought that Lin Xian was dead for sure and sighed. It was a pity that such a handsome person died. But who would have thought that Lin Xian was unharmed and the one who was injured was Demon Hunter? What just happened? Did you see that? I don't know. It seemed that this kid was really injured after looking at the other party. What was that? Super eye technique? These people were crazy. Sixth uncle was even more shocked. His face was pale as he gritted his teeth. Who are you? He had dominated the world for more than 2,000 years. 1,000 years ago, he challenged hundreds of experts from the 10 great clans. But he still won. From then on, his reputation was unmatched. He was called the strongest person below the Boundary Emperor. He was the most promising person to become a Boundary Emperor before the age of 3,000. He was so terrifying, but now he was defeated. He was defeated by an extremely young person in one move. He couldn't accept it. He had to know who the other party was. He guessed that it wasn't a young person. It was an old monster, a Boundary Emperor. But Lin Xian said, "You're too weak. Ants don't have the right to know who I am." Liamo spat out a mouthful of blood. He was about to go crazy. The people from the Blazing Fire tribe felt their scalps go numb. They kept retreating. You want to leave? Kneel down. Lin Xian took out the blazing sun ring and put it on his finger. The people around were so angry that they vomited blood. They felt their bloodline being suppressed. Plop, plop. The people from the Blazing Fire tribe were all forced to kneel on the ground, their bodies trembling. When the others saw this, they all sucked in a cold breath. The Blazing Fire tribe was kneeling. Heavens, don't hit people in the face. Was he going to become the enemy of the Blazing Fire tribe? Xue Jian was also trembling. His mother was from the Scorching Fire clan, and his father was from the Kaiser Blood clan. Therefore, she could be considered half a member of the Blazing Fire race. At this moment, he also gritted his teeth when he saw the scene. Brat, don't be arrogant. The Blazing Fire tribe has 3 quasi-emperors. This is not something you can imagine. You'd better let us go. Oh, really? So what if there were 3 quasi-emperors? Are you a quasi-emperor? If not, get down on your knees. With a furious roar, the blazing sun ring blossomed with radiance. Blood, Sword was forced to kneel on the ground. He gritted his teeth, his face contorted. Damn it! Kneeling again, he was actually kneeling in front of the other party again. How could someone as prideful as him tolerate this? He roared madly as the law of strength erupted from his body. Damn it! My grandfather, the Blood Lord, is nearby. If he sees you treating me like this, he'll make you wish you were dead. Frenzied roars spread in all directions. When the surrounding people heard this, they all cried out in surprise. This was a blood sword, right? That's right, he was very strong, and his grandfather, Kaiser Blood, was also a quasi-emperor. His methods were cruel. No one who had offended them had ever been able to leave alive. They all lived a life worse than death. How dare this young man offend Kaiser Blood's grandson? Countless voices of discussion could be heard. At this moment, a roar came from afar. "Who dares to hurt my grandson?" The voice was filled with endless killing intent, causing the void to crack. The others gasped. Kaiser Blood was here. The people of the Raging Fire tribe also looked up at the sky. They saw hope. Blood, Sword even laughed. "Haha, kid, you're dead. My grandfather is here. My grandfather is a true quasi-emperor. I'll see how you die this time." He decided to take revenge and let his grandfather cripple this kid. Then he would torture him for 1,000 years. He would make him wish he was dead. "Kid, why aren't you running?" The woman from the flying feather race sighed. She felt that Lin Xian was really too arrogant. He didn't even run when a quasi-emperor came. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Kaiser Blood? He was just a defeated opponent. It wasn't like he hadn't fought him before. Why would he run? Lin Xian stood there with his hands behind his back and a cold smile on his face, causing everyone to be stunned. Could it be that this kid still had some trump card? Impossible. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't beat a quasi-emperor. That's right. Who does he think he is? Grandfather, I'm here. Kill this kid. He dares to bully me. I'll make him wish he was dead. Blood, Sword quickly shouted. Dark clouds covered the sky, causing the entire sky to darken. The moon mountain was projected by the huge clouds. In the mountain range, many people trembled. A quasi-emperor had come. Heavens, it's Kaiser Blood? Who is it? Offend him? I can feel his shocking killing intent. Grandson, don't be afraid. I'll capture him now. I'll cripple him. I'll let you torture him for thousands of years. An old man appeared in the sky. He looked like a zombie and stretched out a ghost claw. He grabbed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't attack at all. Instead, he turned his head and said, "You dare to attack me? Do you want to die?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned. A young man dared to scold a quasi-emperor. He really didn't want to live. Kaiser Blood was also angry. Where did this ant come from? Did he want to die? But when he saw Lin Xian, his pupils constricted. His ghost claw stopped in the sky. The next moment, he widened his eyes with all his might, and his body began to tremble. Damn it, it's him. He realized that it wasn't anyone else. It was the young man he met when he attacked the Yi family. He had fought with Lin Xian before. In the end, he was beaten up by Lin Xian and was injured. He had just recovered from his injuries when he rushed over. He didn't expect to meet Lin Xian again. That damn grandson. Isn't this a trap? Grandfather, why aren't you attacking? Hurry up and attack. Grandpa, are you thinking of using some kind of method to torture him? I've already thought of it for you. First, use the blood spirit song to torture his soul. Then, use the blood sword to penetrate his organs. Finally, use the water of the blood god to break all his bones and make them rot. Kaiser Blood didn't attack when he heard that. Instead, he stopped. He landed and looked at Lin Xian with a strange expression on his face. Lin Xian smiled. Good, good. Old man, did you hear what your grandson said? You know what to do. Everyone was stunned. Was this guy asking for death? Kaiser Blood took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Lin Xian. He cupped his fists and bowed deeply to Lin Xian. Greetings, young master. The people around them went crazy. Many of them knelt on the ground. The weapons in their hands fell to the ground. Oh my heavens! What was going on? The great Kaiser Blood was greeting a young man. Did this young man have a powerful background? Who exactly was he? Countless exclamations and discussions rang out, and the people of the Raging Flame tribe were even more confused. They felt as if they had fallen into an abyss. Blood Sword was even more confused. Grandfather, what are you doing? He's just a useless ant. Hurry up and kill him. Kaiser Blood frowned even more. His grandson didn't know what was good for him. He didn't dare to resist. He could only say, "My grandson doesn't know his place and has offended young master. Please punish him." Chapter 56:28. The people around him went crazy. A member of the blood race was being so humble. Lin Xian said, "How should I punish him?" "Your grandson has already said so. Do as he says." "No." Hearing this, Blood Sword screamed crazily. That was a method that made one wish they were dead. He did not want to take it. "Grandpa, you can't do this. I'm your favorite grandson." However, the blood race's face was cold. He bowed to thank young master for not killing him. Then he turned around and attacked Blood Sword. His hand turned into a sharp sword and pierced through Blood Sword's organs. Then he broke all the bones in his body. Blood Sword fainted like a dead dog. The surrounding members of the Raging Flame tribe also sucked in a cold breath. Blood Sword was tortured to such a state. They were kowtowing nonstop. "Young master, please spare us. We were wrong. We won't dare to do it again. Get lost." Kaiser Blood waved his sleeve and sent the people of the blazing fire race flying. They were like kites with broken strings. They spat out blood and flew into the distance. "Young master, please don't be angry." Kaiser Blood smiled at the side. Lin Xian said, "Tell me, how much do you know about the Moon Palace?" Right now, Lin Xian truly did not care about those ants. Kaiser Blood told him everything he knew about the Moon Palace. Lin Xian frowned slightly when he heard that. He was not very satisfied. Kaiser Blood's face changed. "Young master, I didn't lie to you. The Moon Palace was too mysterious. This area was sealed. No one could enter. It's not easy to know this. All right. Looks like I have to search for it myself." Lin Xian found a place to sit down and waited for the full moon. The people in the surrounding area left. Lin Xian was too shocking. Even a boundary emperor did not dare to offend him. They did not dare to offend such a young man. Kaiser Blood found a place far away from Lin Xian and sat down cross-legged. Everyone was waiting. Soon the full moon was coming. Everyone became excited. At this moment, the entire Moon Mountain was filled with experts. Boundary emperors could be seen everywhere. Other than that, there were also quadruple crown kings and triple crown kings. Lin Xian sighed in amazement, as expected of the celestial land. In the outside world, the triple crown champion was a top existence. Quasi-emperors were even more supreme overlords. But in this place, it seemed to be very ordinary. But he also knew that the celestial land was extremely mysterious. Its power and immortal chi far surpassed that of the outside universe. Therefore, it was understandable that there were many experts here. In addition to these chosen immortal race, Lin Xian also detected some familiar auras. Very clearly, the people from the Emperor clan also came. Night gradually fell. A full moon rose into the sky, illuminating the 9 heavens. Everyone became excited. In the moonlight, a phantom appeared. Illusory images of palaces appeared, shocking everyone. They all sucked in a breath of cold air. It really was the Moon Palace. Lin Xian also looked up at the sky. His Rinnegan was shining brightly. It was so mysterious, as if it had descended from another world. Its spatial techniques were so terrifying. Lin Xian guessed that the origin of the Moon Palace was definitely extraordinary. It was very likely to be related to a certain emperor. Perhaps there was the power he needed inside. The other quasi-emperors also stood up one after another. Although the celestial land was mysterious and powerful and had many quasi-emperors, there were still very few emperors. The goal of these quasi-emperors was to become emperors, so they would not miss the Moon Palace. Buzz! An illusory image danced in the air, directly charging towards the 9 heavens. It was a black shadow, a bat that had reached the cultivation of the quadruple crown champion. The old man sneered. "Everyone, I'll go first." The shadow bat was very fast. The others were angry. "How dare you? You're courting death." They roared one after another. However, at this moment, a scream came from the sky. When the shadow bat approached the Moon Palace, its body actually turned into nothingness. No, it turned around and wanted to escape. But it was useless. In an instant, it turned transparent and disappeared. What's going on? Is it dead? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This moon palace was too terrifying. Some quasi-emperors sneered. Foolish. The moon palace was still an illusion and had not truly descended. The spatial energy above was extremely terrifying. If they went in now, they would be courting death. The one who said this was the Gu clan's quasi-emperor, Elder Gu Shao. They were the clearest about spatial energy. Hence, they did not act rashly. When the others heard this, they also sucked in a breath of cold air. It was impossible to snatch the initiative. They could only wait patiently. Everyone started to wait. Not long after, a rumbling sound came from the sky. The ground trembled, and the void shook as if it was about to split open. Everyone's heart sank. Even the quasi-emperors were on guard as if they were facing a great enemy. Their bloodlines froze. Lin Xian also stood up and looked into the distance. An expert was coming. Furthermore, it was an extremely terrifying quasi-emperor. Everyone saw an illusory image appear in the sky. This figure was extremely terrifying. Furthermore, he was jumping over. With every step he took, the entire space shook as if it was about to shatter. What was that? Looking at the mountain-like figure, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Xian used the samsara eye to take a look and was also stunned. He realized that it was a rabbit. It was very huge. Rumor had it that some time ago, the sun turned into the golden crow ancestor, and the moon turned into a jade rabbit that jumped away. Lin Xian had already fought the golden crow ancestor and defeated him. Could that jade rabbit be the one in front of them? This was a moon. It was probably at the level of the golden crow ancestor. The others also exclaimed. It was a quasi-emperor, and an extremely terrifying one at that. Could this rabbit be related to the legendary jade rabbit of the Moon Palace? Countless voices of discussion and exclamation sounded. The jade rabbit came nearby. Its tall body seemed to be even larger than the Moon Mountain. It stood between heaven and earth, looking up at the Moon Palace. It seemed to be crying. It was crying. Her tears rolled down like the Milky Way piercing through the 9 heavens. Everyone's scalps went numb. It was too terrifying. A single tear of a quasi-emperor could crush a saint. After the jade rabbit came, it did not take action. Instead, it waited. In the latter half of the night, the Moon Palace was very solid. It was as if it had really descended into the sky. Buzz! The jade rabbit's body swayed, and its huge body directly jumped forward. The void beneath its feet shattered, and a large crack spread. Everyone retreated. However, their eyes were wide open. The jade rabbit took the lead. Was there any danger this time? They watched as the jade rabbit jumped directly into the Moon Palace and disappeared. It went in. Nothing happened. That's enough. Hurry up and charge. The surrounding people rushed over crazily. Buzz! After the jade rabbit, the door of the Moon Palace completely opened. Bright moonlight shone down from inside. The moonlight rotated rapidly, forming one great Tao after another. In the end, they turned into moon beasts. They rushed over in an overwhelming manner. Chapter 56:29. These were the souls of demonic beasts that had fused with the power of the moon. Many of the people who had rushed to the front were caught off guard and were instantly sent flying. Some of the Triple Crown champions were torn into pieces. Even the Boundary Emperor's faces turned cold. Damn it, this Moon Palace is indeed mysterious. A Boundary Emperor from the Flying Fish race roared. Its wings turned into a heavenly blade and slashed forward, splitting all the moon beasts apart. There was another old man. He sat cross-legged on a giant python and formed a seal with his palms. Open! A low roar sounded like the roar of a god. The moon beasts in the surrounding void were instantly shattered. The other Boundary Emperors also used their own methods to kill their way in. Those who were not Boundary Emperors did not have it so easy. These moon beasts were very powerful, and there were many of them. Everyone engaged in an intense battle. Lin Xian also made his move. He said coldly, "Kaiser Blood, come over and open a path for me." Kaiser Blood was originally very far away and wanted to act alone. But when he heard Lin Xian's words, he almost cried. He did not dare to run away. He obediently came in front of Lin Xian and opened a path for Lin Xian. Kaiser Blood's cultivation technique was very terrifying. Even though he had lost to Lin Xian, he was still a quasi-emperor. Hence, he had no scruples along the way. Finally, he came to the front of the Moon Palace and walked in. Lin Xian, who was behind him, had his hands behind his back and strolled leisurely. He entered the Moon Palace under the envious gazes of countless people. Behind them, others came one after another. Among them, there were two figures with pale faces. They had also arrived near the Moon Mountain. When the surrounding people saw this, they sneered. One was a double crown champion, and the other was a single crown champion. The people behind them sneered. "Little fairy, don't run. You can't run away. Come back with me obediently and become my servant. I will make your strength increase by leaps and bounds." There were some pine trees behind them. Some of them were in human form, while others were uprooted from the ground. It was very terrifying. These people were very strong, far stronger than the two in front of them. The person in front gritted his teeth. "Damn it, this celestial ground is so powerful. Be careful, it looks like you're in danger. I'll protect you, you better leave quickly." Shangguan Shaoxian shook her head. "No, senior brother, let's go together. I'm really touched, but neither of you can leave." A pine tree in front of him walked over. Its branches swayed, and those pine needles were drawn into peerless, sharp weapons, piercing through everything. Fu Hongye unleashed a sky full of red leaves to fight back, but she was still injured and coughed up blood. He was sent flying. How pitifully weak. Your true form should be a maple tree, right? But unfortunately, you're only an ant, and you're utterly unable to compare to our Blue Pine clan. The people in the little universe outside were really trash. These people laughed loudly. Shangguan Shaoxian shouted angrily, "Shut up! Our junior master Lin is not here. Otherwise, he could kill you with one slap." Junior Master Lin? Was he very powerful? "Humph," Shangguan Shaoxian said. "Of course he's powerful. My senior brother Lin, the quadruple crown king, can defeat a boundary emperor." Hee, I'm dying of laughter. Aunt, you must be dreaming. No matter how strong the quadruple crown king was, he would not be a match for a boundary emperor. The people in the little universe outside were really idiots. The people around them laughed coldly. The people of the Blue Pine clan said, "They did not intend to let you live. Die." They unleashed a peerless attack. Were they going to die? Fu Hongye and Shangguan Shaoxian. They were in despair. However, at this moment, a saber light slashed down from the sky, sending the people of the Blue Pine clan flying. Who was it? Who dared to meddle in our business? They looked up at the sky. In the next moment, their pupils constricted because they realized that it was a boundary emperor who had arrived. Boundary Emperor Tian Shui. "Greetings, senior." The people of the Blue Pine clan did not dare to be presumptuous anymore, and all of them bowed respectfully. Shangguan Shaoxian and Hongye were also dumbfounded. It was not their junior master, but another boundary emperor. They did not know this boundary emperor. Would he save them? They did not think so. Boundary Emperor Tian Shui was originally here to investigate the Moon Palace, but when he was flying, he heard Shangguan Shaoxian's conversation below. The quadruple crown king could defeat a boundary emperor, and he was from the little universe. This reminded him of someone. It was Lin Gongzi whom he had just met. He guessed that there was only one such heaven-defying genius. The junior master Lin Xian that these people were talking about was very likely to be Lin Xian. That was why he decided to save them. He asked, "May I ask if the junior master that you two are talking about is called Lin Xian?" "Senior, you know our junior master?" Shangguan Shaoxian and Hongye exclaimed. Where was he? As expected, Boundary Emperor, Tianshui nodded. He said, I know him. He looked up at the people of the Blue Pine clan and said, These two people are somewhat related to me. You guys can leave. Yes, we dare not disobey Senior's orders. Although the people of the Blue Pine clan were unwilling, they could not do anything in front of a Boundary Emperor. Therefore, they could only retreat. Shangguan Shaoxian and Hongya began to ask about Lin Xian. Boundary Emperor Tianshui said, Perhaps he has already entered the Moon Palace. This is not a place where the two of you can come. Leave. He waved his hand and sent the two of them away. Then he also rose into the air and flew toward the Moon Palace. On the other side, the people of the Blue Pine clan gritted their teeth after leaving. They were unwilling to die. Were they going to let those two people go just like that? Don't worry, Boundary Emperor Tianshui will definitely go to the Moon Palace. We will make our move after Boundary Emperor Tianshui leaves. They did not give up, but continued to wait for an opportunity. It seemed that they wanted to make a move on Shangguan Shaoxian and Hongya. Inside the Moon Palace, after everyone entered, they were extremely shocked. The inside was much bigger than they had imagined. It seemed to be a space of its own. After Lin Xian and the others entered, they looked around cautiously. The aura inside was extremely mysterious and ancient. This should be related to a certain emperor. They were surprised. Boom, boom. All of a sudden, the void trembled as a terrifying wind blew past. There seemed to be ancient battle armor in the wind. Those people were extremely cold and creepy. Heavens, they should not be the legendary Yin soldiers, right? The surrounding people were shocked. Poof! At this moment, the Yin soldiers in the wind attacked. One of the sabers slashed over, instantly cutting a few people in half. Miserable screams rang out. The others also shouted angrily, Damn it, attack! They were bold because of their skills. Some of them were triple crown champions, quadruple crown champions, and even boundary emperors. Therefore, they were not afraid of anything. In an instant, they charged toward the back. However, at this moment, a quadruple crown champion screamed. His heart was instantly dug out and crushed. The other two triple crown champions were beaten into pieces. Even a quasi-emperor was knocked back. Everyone was stunned. Damn it, they were too strong. These were not ordinary Yin soldiers. They could not resist. Moreover, as the wind blew, there seemed to be an overwhelming number of Yin soldiers in the surroundings. Those people stood in the darkness, staring at them like the Grim Reaper. Chapter 5630. Retreat, retreat quickly. At this moment, the surrounding people were terrified. They quickly retreated. At this moment, a figure seemed to appear in the sky. It was a huge, pale face. It looked like it was crying and laughing at the same time. Just like that, it pressed down from the sky. Everyone looked up at the sky. Their scalps were numb, especially some of the girls. They were so scared that they were about to cry. What kind of existence was this? This was especially true for that pale face. The aura of death that was emanating from it was simply too terrifying. Some of the quasi-emperors were instantly sent flying. The pale face let out a breath. Instantly, more than 10 Triple Crown champions turned into white bones. Run quickly. These people retreated in all directions. They were all stunned. Who would have thought that the Moon Palace would be so terrifying? How was this the Moon Palace? This was hell. Some of the Triple Crown champions were even afraid and wanted to return. However, they realized that there was no way back. It was an abyss. Run. They could only run inside. In an instant, everyone scattered. Lin Xian also frowned. Kaiser Blood, who was beside him, exclaimed, What the hell was this? He threw out a few palms, but his blood was in turmoil. Let's go. Lin Xian looked around with his Rinnegan. His expression was not good. He realized that the number of Yin soldiers was greater than he had imagined. Once they came out, even he would not be able to stop them. Therefore, they all rushed forward. Screams could be heard from behind. Many of the Triple Crown champions and Quadruple Crown champions had fallen. Even a quasi-emperor was severely injured. His internal organs were torn apart and his body was split in half. Everyone fled as if they had gone mad. However, the people outside did not know that. There were even more people rushing over from afar, flying towards the lunar palace. Among them, the Sky Water Patriarch entered. After him, a mysterious girl arrived. She was surrounded by a golden vortex. Her eyes shone with starlight. She was dressed in white and was extremely beautiful. If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely recognize her. She was Shen Jingqiu. When Shen Jingqiu arrived at the Moon Palace, her body trembled. In the next moment, she took a deep breath and flew inside. After Shen Jingqiu was Yao Guang. Yao Guang was also here. Quasi-Emperor Nine Heavens said, "Do you want to go in and take a look?" Yao Guang nodded and flew in as well. It was at this moment that another group of people flew over from afar. The auras of these people were incomparably powerful, and they even carried with them a powerful bloodline pressure. They were dragons, and there were countless of them. All of them flew up into the air toward Yufeng. The one in the lead was a tall man. He was Long Jiang. The seventh dragon general swept out with his spear, breaking through everything. Behind him, surrounded by countless dragons, was a woman with a laurel crown on her head. She was like a peerless queen, high and mighty. He was the Dragon Queen. The group of people arrived at this place and quickly went in. After these people entered, they were all blown by the Yin wind. Following this, Yin soldiers appeared and a great battle erupted. The old ancestor of the heavenly Yin sect felt his scalp go numb as he instantly fled. However, Shen Jingqiu seemed to have expected this and wasn't shocked at all. A total of 365 vortexes appeared on his body, with mysterious figures spiraling inside them, emitting heavenly voices. The surrounding Yin soldiers seemed to have stopped moving. Instead of attacking him, they opened up a path for him. Shen Jingqiu quickly walked in and disappeared. The Dragon Queen and the others who came in later were also attacked by the Yin soldiers. The people of the 1,000 dragons court gasped. The seventh dragon general shouted coldly, "How dare you be so rude to the Dragon Queen?" He stabbed out with his spear, breaking open the heavens and earth. However, the Yin soldiers did not run away. Instead, they quickly rushed over. A pale face appeared in the sky. Looking down from the sky, it was like a ghost. It made one's scalp tingle. The Dragon Queen said coldly, "I am the Dragon Emperor's wife. I am here to seek cooperation." His voice was instantly transmitted into the room. In the next moment, the Yin soldiers retreated like the tide. The Dragon Queen waved her hand. She quickly led her people in and disappeared. The others were not so lucky. After entering, they could only move forward. Turning back was an abyss. They had no way out. At first, everyone was in the main hall, but then everyone fled in different directions. Lin Xian had many people with him. Among them, Kaiser Blood followed Lin Xian. He wanted to run away, but he changed his mind. When the Yin soldiers came from behind, they could not beat them at all. However, Lin Xian could send the Yin soldiers flying with one strike. This kind of strength was extremely powerful, especially Kaiser Blood. He could feel that the sword Qi was invincible. It could even break the Yin soldiers. Such power was something he could only look up to. As such, he chose to stay by Lin Xian's side. But fortunately, the Yin soldiers only chased for a short distance before disappearing. Another gust of wind blew, and all of them disappeared. They heaved a sigh of relief. This was great. They could go back now, right? Some of them wanted to go back. However, after a few steps, the Yin soldiers appeared again and pierced through them. There was no way back. From the looks of it, they could only continue to press forward. The group of people continued walking forward. Finally, they stopped. There was no road ahead. There was a huge river in front of them. It was surging and roaring. When they arrived, they were even more shocked. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. This river was too strange. It was like stagnant water. This was especially so when there was a stone stele on the riverbank. There were 2 words written on it, Yellow Springs. When everyone saw it, they were stunned. Even the quasi-emperors were shocked. Yellow Springs? Isn't this the legendary existence of hell? Why would it appear here? Is this really the lunar palace? Who cares about the Yellow Springs? I don't believe it. A middle-aged man charged over. A boundless sea appeared on his body. He was a water-attributed, quadruple crown king. He charged forward. In an instant, he arrived in the Yellow Springs. He wanted to cross the Yellow Springs. However, at this moment, a white claw appeared from the Yellow Springs. That claw was made of bones. Then it grabbed this middle-aged man and pulled him into the Yellow Springs. The Yellow Springs churned. That middle-aged man instantly turned into white bones, dead. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they all went crazy. Although the quadruple crown king was not a quasi-emperor, he was still the strongest under quasi-emperor. Yet he died silently just like that. There were Yin soldiers behind them and the Yellow Springs in front. Did they have nowhere to go? Kaiser Blood's scalp went numb. He did not believe it. He used the law of his shoes to form a clone and flew forward. However, when he arrived above the Yellow Springs, his clone shattered. Kaiser Blood's chi and blood churned. The other quasi-emperors all tried, but it was the same. For a moment, they did not dare to act rashly. At this moment, the Yellow Springs churned again. A head floated up. The face of the head was pale, as if it was swollen. Yellow spring water flowed from its mouth as it spoke in a cold voice. Divine Tao? Immortal Tao? What is Tao? The voice was hoarse, making one's scalp go numb. Chapter 5631. Kaiser Blood's pupils constricted when he saw the other party. He must be from the Shueyun clan. Lin Xian frowned. Don't talk nonsense. I know the 2 boundary emperors from the Shueyun clan. Kaiser Blood said, No, he should be the boundary emperor from 50,000 years ago. I've seen his portrait before. I'm sure I'm not mistaken. The others were stunned when they heard that. A boundary emperor from 50,000 years ago had died here. The other old woman also frowned. Now that you mention it, I remember that there was an incredible boundary emperor from the Shueyun clan 50,000 years ago. He reached the level of 7 crown king and was extremely terrifying. However, he mysteriously disappeared later on. I didn't expect him to die here. 7 crown king. Even Lin Xian was shocked. He was an extremely terrifying existence, even among the boundary emperors. How did he die? And why did he come to the Yellow Spring? It seems that he died because of the Great Tao. This place is really too strange. Suddenly, the boundary emperor's head turned in the Yellow Spring water. He stared at Lin Xian and the others and said in a cold voice, Tell me, what is the Great Tao? His voice sounded like the roar of a ghost. The water of the Yellow Springs was boiling as it rushed over in an overwhelming manner. Oh no, don't touch it! The old woman shouted angrily. There was a strong death chi on it. He pushed out his palms and turned them into a forest to block it. The forest that covered the sky, and the earth appeared in the sky. However, when it came into contact with the Yellow Spring water, it instantly disappeared. The trees kept withering. Heaven and earth are righteous. At this moment, another middle-aged man shouted angrily. He took a step forward and formed a seal with his palms. In the center of his palm, a huge illusory figure appeared, as if it was a god. The phantom had an aura that could sweep away everything and fought against the Yellow Spring water. There was a loud bang. It blocked the attack. Great. The middle-aged man smiled. It's called the Hao Ran Quasi-Emperor. It cultivates the righteous energy of heaven and earth. The rest of the people also had hope. However, there was a loud bang. The righteous energy of heaven and earth. It suddenly shattered. The Hao Ran Quasi-Emperor was also sent flying. One of its arms had turned into bones. The others were in despair. This Yellow Springs water was too terrifying. These Quasi-emperors were powerless to do anything. At the other side, Lin Xian was also enveloped by the yellow spring's water. He coldly snorted. 9 suns opened the sky. The flames on his body turned into a sun and soared into the sky. In an instant, it turned into the sun god's sword and slashed forward. This young man was too reckless. Quasi-Emperor Haran frowned. Even he wasn't a match for him. So why was a quadruple champion trying to be a hero? The people around him also shook their heads. In their opinion, Lin Xian should be a junior brought here by Kaiser blood. Such a person dared to be so arrogant in such a place. And from the looks of it, Kaiser blood didn't seem to have any intention of helping. Could it be that this young man had been abandoned by Kaiser blood? How sad. A violent boom was heard as the sword hit the yellow spring water. The yellow spring was directly split open. A crack appeared in the yellow spring, and it flew past Lin Xian on both sides. Lin Xian was safe and sound. The surrounding people were shocked. Quasi-Emperor Haran's pupils constricted. Quasi-Emperor Mandela was also surprised. The surrounding people were even more shocked. This young man was too terrifying. Was he really just a quadruple champion? Why did they feel that he was more terrifying than a quasi-emperor? They wanted to ask Kaiser blood who he was. But at this moment, they saw Kaiser blood respectfully say, "I admire young master's strength." The surrounding people were stunned. They didn't expect Kaiser blood to be so respectful. Could it be that they had guessed wrongly? It wasn't this young man who followed Kaiser blood, but Kaiser blood who followed this young man. Thinking of this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Was this an old monster from the depths of the deity ground? They were extremely puzzled at this thought. Quasi-Emperor Haran walked over and said with a fist salute, "How should I address you?" Quasi-Emperor Mandela also asked Kaiser blood. Kaiser blood didn't know either. He was defeated by Lin Xian. He didn't know who Lin Xian was. "My name is Lin Xian. You don't have to be so polite. This yellow spring is very strange and we need to work together. So, it's Lin Gongzi." Quasi-Emperor Mandela smiled. "Young master, if there is a way, we will do our best." However, there were also people who frowned, such as the Rakshasa Quasi-Emperor. This was a woman. Her face was dainty and beautiful, and her eyes were filled with killing intent. She said coldly, "Lin Gongzi, you are too careless. Although you are strong, don't forget that the owner of the head inside is 7 Crown King. All of us together are no match for him." As soon as she said this, the other people also began to discuss. "Yes, does this young man really have a way?" Lin Xian said, 7 Crown King was powerful when he was alive, but he was dead and seemed to have been dead for a long time. A head can't cause a storm. How arrogant. Quasi-Emperor Luo Sha snorted. At this moment, the Quasi-Emperor's head in the yellow spring also let out a mournful roar. Countless white bones and corpses appeared in the yellow spring. Then the water of the yellow spring roared and turned into a hell dragon. It roared between heaven and earth. "Damn it, you brat, you've angered him. Hurry up and retreat." Quasi-Emperor Luo Sha and the others quickly retreated. Only Lin Xian was still standing there. He stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly, "You are already dead. Do you still want to appear here? Enter reincarnation." Lin Xian's Rinnegan bloomed and formed the 6 paths of reincarnation that rotated between heaven and earth. It pressed forward. The quasi-emperors behind him were shocked when they saw the power of reincarnation. This was the aura of reincarnation. It was unbelievable that he had this kind of power. Who exactly was he? These quasi-emperors were all from the chosen immortal clan, but they had never heard of any chosen immortal clan that had the power of reincarnation, unless he came from the depths of the deity ground. Their scalps went numb when they thought of that place. Even Quasi-Emperor Luo Sha did not dare to say anything. The illusion of the 6 paths of reincarnation collided with the yellow spring in the sky, letting out an earth-shattering roar. For a moment, the 2 sides were in a deadlock. At this moment, the The quasi-emperor's head also let out a mournful cry. It's just the 6 paths of reincarnation. It's not the real 6 paths. It can't do anything to me. His head began to swallow the water of the yellow spring and became incomparably swollen. A terrifying aura of death spread out. Lin Xian frowned. As expected of the 7-crown king, he was still so terrifying even after death. He turned his head and said to the people behind him, "What are you waiting for?" He injected his power into the 6 paths of reincarnation. The quasi-emperors behind were stunned. They were all old ancestors who had lived for countless years and were worshipped by many. After being worshipped by countless people, a young man actually dared to reprimand him. It really made them angry, but they still did as they were told, because they realized that they could only continue to walk forward with the help of Lin Xian's power. Chapter 5632. In the sky of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the phantoms of the 6 worlds became more and more terrifying and began to suppress the Yellow River. The Yellow River that filled the sky was suppressed. Lin Xian was like the god of the heavenly Tao, stepping on the 6 paths of reincarnation. He walked forward. The surrounding quasi-emperors also followed him. They finally passed the Yellow River. These people all heaved a sigh of relief after passing the Yellow River. They felt like they had survived a disaster. At this moment, someone snorted coldly. "Kid, don't you think you went too far before? Who do you think you are? How dare you scold us?" Some quasi-emperors instantly turned hostile. If not for the fact that Kaiser blood was still around, the quasi-emperors would have attacked Lin Xian already. They felt that Lin Xian only had the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and his true strength was no match for these quasi-emperors. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and sneered. "What? You dare to be arrogant now? Why didn't you shout when you asked me for help before? Since you asked me for help, you should have the attitude of a beggar. If you feel uncomfortable and don't want to bow down, you can leave by yourself." The 2 quasi-emperors left. One of them said coldly, "Kaiser blood can't always be by your side. When you are alone, I will let you know what despair is." They sneered. The 2 of them turned into flowing light and walked forward. The surrounding quasi-emperors were also thinking about whether they should continue to stay by Lin Xian's side. Suddenly, there was a loud clang in front of them, followed by a scream. Everyone's soul shook. The quasi-emperors also retreated as if they were facing a great enemy. Even Lin Xian's expression changed. The miserable shriek in front of them was incomparably familiar to them. It was because it was the 2 quasi-emperors who had just left. What happened? These people used their soul to look, and the next moment they were extremely shocked. They discovered that of the 2 quasi-emperors in front of them, the man's body had been torn apart and turned into a bloody mist. The other old man was also in a miserable state. Half of his body was gone. "Save us!" The 2 of them quickly called for help. The other quasi-emperors didn't dare to help at all. The 2 of them looked at Lin Xian and begged him to help. Lin Xian sneered. "What, now you know how to beg me? Who was it that wanted to kill me?" Clang! Another sound rang out. The 2 people in front of him were instantly annihilated. All the quasi-emperors gasped. 2 quasi-emperors had died just like that? What was that sound? It was too dangerous ahead. It seemed that Yellow Springs was only the beginning. There were even more terrifying existences behind them. They had originally wanted to leave, but now they chose to stay by Lin Xian's side. A woman said, "Lin Gongzi, this place is so dangerous. Why don't we go together? At least we can take care of each other." "Yes, Lin Gongzi, let's go together." The other old woman also spoke. Kaiser blood followed closely behind Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled. So what if he was a quasi-emperor? He still had to lower his head in front of him. He said, "All right, let's go and see what's up ahead." With Lin Xian leading the way, the quasi-emperors felt a little safer. After all, the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation was extremely terrifying. It might even play a key role. The group of people walked forward cautiously. The nomological laws on their bodies danced continuously, and the power of the immortal chi seeds surrounded them. Finally, they came to the front and saw a sky full of blood mist, as well as the broken pieces of weapons. The quasi-emperors' faces turned ugly. The 2 quasi-emperors who were with them earlier were now completely annihilated. And what exactly was that voice? They looked ahead carefully. The next moment they were stunned. There was a large bell in front of them. It stood there like a small mountain. The bell was green and seemed to be made of jade. It was unusually mysterious. There were flowing lights on it. At the bottom right corner of the bell, there was a crack. There was even a gap where it connected to the ground. The bell was damaged. Could it be that the sound just now was from this bell? Everyone was puzzled. At this moment, Quasi-Emperor Mandela exclaimed, "Could it be the legendary Azure Bell? What, it can't be." The other people also exclaimed in surprise. This was a legendary weapon that was extremely terrifying and mysterious. However, it had long disappeared in the passage of time. They didn't expect it to appear here now. It should be the Azure Bell. Damn it, what kind of existence is this moon palace? Why does it have such a lost thing? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes after hearing this. He said, "What is the Azure Bell?" The blood ancestor said, "A long time ago, there was a terrifying expert in our deity ground. He had the hope of becoming an emperor. He forged a weapon called the Azure Bell. When the bell rang, it could destroy anyone's body and soul. However, later on, he competed with others to become an emperor and failed. He died. In that battle, a crack had appeared in the Jade Drop sect. It was incomplete. Later on, that person died with hatred, but the Azure Bell was passed down. Later on, it was said that another person obtained the Azure Bell and swept through the world like the sun at noon. Everyone thought that there would be a second person who became an emperor. However, that person and the Jade Drop Bell disappeared together, never to be seen again. Was it a weapon refined by someone who almost became an emperor?" Lin Xian was also surprised after hearing this. This thing was very terrifying. He also felt an extremely terrifying and mysterious aura from it. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. This time, he came with half of the sky-devouring crown. The sky-devouring jar was an extreme weapon. Although Lin Xian only had half of it, it should be no problem for him to fight against the Azure Bell. Therefore, he began to seriously size it up. Could he take it away? Thinking of this, Lin Xian stretched out a large hand. The boundless fire of the sun condensed into flames. The palm grabbed forward. At the same time, the 6 paths of reincarnation opened to suppress it. The surrounding people were stunned. They were thinking about how to escape. However, Lin Xian wanted to take it away. "No," they exclaimed. At this moment, the 9-yang hand had already grabbed the Azure Bell. It wanted to take it away. However, the Azure Bell let out a rumbling sound. With a clang, the flames that filled the sky were shattered. The 9-yang hand was also shattered. The 6 paths of reincarnation shook violently. "Suppress!" Lin Xian roared angrily. The 6 paths of reincarnation suppressed it, but this big bell was really too mysterious. The 6 paths of reincarnation shook violently. At this moment, another bell rang. The 9 heavens and 10 earths seemed to be about to shatter. The 6 paths of reincarnation also seemed to be about to shatter. This sound swept in all directions. All the boundary emperors turned around and fled. They were all in despair. Under this sound, no one seemed to be able to resist it. Lin Xian was also the first to bear the brunt. Even the 6 paths of reincarnation could be shattered. This bell was indeed powerful. He snorted coldly, waved his sleeve, and used the power of the sky-devouring jar. A black vortex appeared and swallowed the sky and earth, blocking the sound. The boundary emperors were facing a great enemy. They were originally in despair, but in the next moment they were all stunned. They were not dead, not even injured. What was going on? They were puzzled. Suddenly, Kaiser Blood said, Look, it's Lin Gongzi. They looked up and saw a black vortex in front of Lin Xian. It seemed to be able to swallow everything. It blocked the azure bell. Chapter 56:33. Lin Gongzi still had some tricks up his sleeve. Previously, they thought that the 6 paths of reincarnation would not be able to suppress him, and they were in despair. However, they did not expect that there would be a black vortex. What was this black vortex? When they wanted to ask, they found that the black vortex on Lin Xian's right hand had disappeared. Young master is very powerful, and we admire you. Kaiser Blood hurriedly returned and cupped his fists. The others also returned and expressed their gratitude. If it were not for Lin Xian, they would have died just now. Lin Xian also frowned. It seemed that he had underestimated the azure fall bell. He wondered if the heaven-devouring jar would be effective. He was prepared to use the heaven-devouring jar to devour the azure fall bell. However, he was stunned at this moment. The next moment, he felt as if he was facing a great enemy. He did not attack again. The other quasi-emperors also felt their hair stand on end. Their bodies seemed to be frozen. They could not move. This was because they found that a figure had appeared beside the azure fall bell in front of them. A man was standing there. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes were empty as he stared at them. It made their hair stand on end. Who was this person? Everyone was stunned by his aura and seemed to be unable to move at all. Lin Xian also frowned. He also felt as if he was facing a great enemy. This person was far more powerful than the experts he had seen before. Damn it! Could it be at the level of the half-frog again? However, the last time the half-frog was sealed. Now, this figure was not chained and there was no seal around him. If such a person were to attack, it would be extremely terrifying. The figure in front stretched out his hand and gently patted the azure fall bell. Suddenly, the azure fall bell let out an extremely terrifying sound. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The quasi-emperors all vomited blood. Their eyebrows cracked. Damn it, how could this be? Quasi-Emperor Mandela roared crazily. No one could defeat the azure fall bell, and no one could get close to it. How could it be used? Lin Xian also shouted coldly. He threw out a few black vortexes to resist. He also frowned. Was this person related to the jade drop bell? Kaiser Blood's face turned pale. Could it be him? He's still alive? That was impossible. Young master, save us. They all flew towards Lin Xian. That was because only the black vortex could resist the jade drop bell. Lin Xian's expression was similarly ugly. It could still contend against the emerald drop bell alone. If another mysterious man appeared, things would be troublesome. At this moment, a clear laugh came from behind them, like a silver bell. Everyone felt their blood run cold once again. Even Lin Xian turned his head abruptly. Did someone else come? He actually didn't sense it. They turned their heads to look. A woman walked out from behind. Her skin was fair, but she was wearing a black robe. The two colors formed a strong pair. The black-robed woman chuckled and said, "You dare to offend the King of Jade Fall? Are you tired of living?" "What? King of Jade Drop?" Kaiser Blood was shocked. Quasi-Emperor Mandala said, "He's still alive." Lin Xian frowned. "Who's the King of Jade Fall?" Kaiser Blood said, "Young master, do you still remember the story I told you? The King of Jade Fall was the second person to obtain the Jade Drop Bell. He was very likely to become a great emperor, but he mysteriously disappeared. At that time, the King of Jade Fall had already reached the level of 8-crown king. Countless people thought highly of him. Later on, he mysteriously died, causing countless people to sigh. They didn't expect him to be in the Moon Palace, and after so many years he was still alive. 8-crown king. Lin Xian's pupils constricted when he heard this. Even among quasi-emperors, this was extremely terrifying. After all, the legendary 10-crown king was very difficult to achieve. 8-crown king was already very terrifying. DeLong also said, "Kid, be careful. If someone like this makes a move, hurry up and use an extreme weapon to escape. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. Was 8-Crown King really that terrifying? Of course, he knew that if 8-Crown King worked with the Jade Drop Bell, he would be able to sweep through everything. However, who was the woman behind him? They had encountered many terrifying existences before, such as the Yin soldiers and the Quasi-Emperor's head. Moreover, there was the King of Jade Fall in front of them. No one could communicate with them. Only this mysterious woman behind them could. Could it be that this woman was also a Quasi-Emperor? Quasi-Emperor Mandala said, "Miss, which clan are you from? Since you know where he came from, can you take us away?" Yes, the other Quasi-Emperors also spoke up. "Which clan are you from?" "Humph, you must be from the outside. You're really bold. How dare you come to this place? But since you're here, don't think about leaving. As for who I am, I've been here since I was born. I don't know which clan I'm from, but I remember that they all called my father the Soul Emperor." Soul Emperor? The Quasi-Emperors were stunned. Was she the daughter of a great emperor? Lin Xian was also shocked. The daughter of a great emperor in the deity ground was much stronger than the Fire Qilin and the others. She was at least a Quasi-Emperor. With such a cultivation, coupled with her bloodline, she was terrifying to the extreme. The Quasi-Emperor's expressions were ugly. They naturally knew that the Soul Emperor was a supreme, great emperor who had corroborated his soul. He was extremely terrifying. But shouldn't a great emperor go to the depths of the deity ground? Why would he appear in the Moon Palace? Moreover, the Soul Emperor had a daughter who had been staying in the Moon Palace all this time. What was in the Moon Palace? So it was the princess. "Greetings, daughter of the Soul Emperor." The Quasi-Emperors around them bowed. Someone asked, "Is the Soul Emperor still here?" The Soul Emperor's daughter shook her head. "I don't know. I don't know how long it has been since I last saw my father, but I'm really surprised that you all can appear here, because in these years I've only seen a few strange fellows. I've never seen normal people like you all. Quickly tell me, is it fun outside?" The Quasi-Emperors were about to cry. The King of Jade Fall was still standing beside them. Who would be in the mood to talk about the outside world? Lin Xian said, "If I tell you, can you take us away? Or help me subdue the Jade Fall Bell?" The Quasi-Emperors cried again. "Young master, please don't have any ideas about the Jade Fall Bell, okay? We can't afford to be tormented like this." The Soul Emperor's daughter shook her head. "I can leave by myself, but can I take you with me?" "I'm afraid not, because you've already offended the King of Jade Fall. That guy is terrifying. I don't want to be enemies with him." Everyone fell into despair. Even the daughter of a Quasi-Emperor was afraid of the King of Jade Fall? One could imagine how terrifying the King of Jade Fall was. At this time, Dalong said, if she was the daughter of the Soul Emperor, then she should also cultivate the Soul Tao. If you give her the Soul Calming Wood, she should help you. Chapter 5634. The Soul Subduing Wood should be in the Sword World. As for its use, according to Dalong, Lin Xian didn't need it for the time being. However, the other party seemed to be very useful. Lin Xian transmitted his voice. "Little White, go and find the soul subduing wood for me." Little White had been sleeping and eating spirit fruits in the 4-Spirit Valley. At this moment, hearing Lin Xian's voice transmission, he quickly flew towards the depths of the Sword World. Not long after, Little White flew out. What a cute little monkey. The Soul Emperor's daughter was also happy when she saw it. The surrounding Quasi-Emperors were also surprised. Lin Xian actually had a pet? I've never seen it before. The Soul Emperor's daughter originally wanted to take a closer look at the little monkey, but when she saw the soul-subduing wood in Little White's hand, she was stunned. She sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be the soul-subduing wood? She exclaimed. The surrounding people were also surprised. It can't be. The soul-subduing wood is an extremely rare item. This little monkey actually has it? Little White gave the soul-subduing wood to Lin Xian. Then with a swoosh, it turned into a white light and disappeared. The little guy liked to stay in the sword world during this period of time. Lin Xian said, "That's right, it's the soul-subduing wood. I'll give it to you. How about you take me out of here safely?" "All right, I'll give it a try. There shouldn't be a problem." The Soul Emperor's daughter nodded. Although the Jade Drop King ahead was very terrifying, the soul-subduing wood was extremely useful to him. He wanted it. When the others heard this, they were stunned. What? The Soul Emperor's daughter was willing to help. They were anxious. "Lin Gongzi, please take me with you." "Lin Gongzi, we're together. You can't leave us behind." The Quasi-Emperors were very anxious. The Blood Kaiser came to Lin Xian's side and said, "From now on, I will respect the young master. If the young master has any orders, I will do anything." He was an old fox. He knew that ordinary words wouldn't be able to move the other party. He had to pay a price. The surrounding people were shocked. Damn it, they didn't expect the blood ancestor to lower his head like this. Could it be that he no longer wanted the dignity of a quasi-emperor? Lin Xian looked at Kaiser Blood and said, "Thank you, I can take you away." "Thank you, young master." Kaiser Blood was overjoyed. He was so pleased with himself that he forgot about the quasi-emperors around him and laughed coldly. Between face and life, which was more important? When the surrounding people heard this, their souls trembled. There was no way they would be able to defeat Bai Luo if they were to stay here, especially when the Moon Palace was so terrifying. Aside from the Jade Drop King, there should be other unknown dangers lurking around. If they couldn't get out, they would definitely die. Therefore, these people also said that from now on, they would follow young master's lead. "We are willing to respect young master." Voices rang out one after another. Helpless, these quasi-emperors could only lower their heads. "Oh, really?" Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as well. The corners of his lips curled up. Although he knew that these quasi-emperors did not sincerely submit to him, so what? As long as the other party stayed by their side, he would convince them sooner or later. Because his trump cards were not limited to these. He said, "Then I ask the daughter of the Soul Emperor to lead us away." "All right, I'll give it a try. There are so many of you. Hurry up." The daughter of the Soul Emperor said. Lin Xian said, "Everyone follow me." The other quasi-emperors followed him and retreated. At this time, Bai Luo moved again. His hollow eyes turned around and stared at the crowd. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. It was as if they were being stared at by an ancient demon god. The surrounding void continued to shatter as an oppressive aura spread out in all directions. Lin Xian took a deep breath and formed the black vortex again to resist. At the same time, the daughter of the Soul Emperor also moved. He waved his hand and put away the soul-calming wood. Buzz! He formed a seal with his palm again. A terrifying and mysterious aura appeared around him as well. Then a bead appeared in his hand. It was called a soul bead. As soon as it appeared, a terrifying soul energy swept out in all directions. The other quasi-emperors felt their scalps go numb. As expected of the daughter of the Soul Emperor, the thing in her hand was definitely left behind by the Soul Emperor. After the soul bead appeared, a mysterious voice sounded. It was bleak and ancient, as if it came from the ancient times. The Bai Luo bell in front of them shook incessantly. 8-Crown King roared at the sky. He let out a shrill cry as if he had gone mad. It was as if he had gone mad. The daughter of the Soul Emperor said, "Hurry up and leave. I can't hold on for much longer." Lin Xian and the others didn't dare to stay. They immediately flew away. They were extremely fast. In an instant, they turned into lightning and disappeared. After that, the daughter of the Soul Emperor also tore open the void and disappeared. Once they were gone, the King of Jadefall's eyes began to glow with a strange green light. He roared at the sky, and the Bai Luo bell erupted. Raging waves slammed against the shore. The shrill sound caused the 9 heavens and 10 earths to shatter. Countless black holes appeared in the surrounding void. Under this sound, even a quasi-emperor would undoubtedly die. On the other side, although Lin Xian and the others had left, they still felt the terrifying sound behind them. They sucked in a breath of cold air. This time, it was all thanks to the daughter of the Soul Emperor. Otherwise, they would have died. Even Lin Xian was surprised. As expected of 8 Crown King, he was indeed strong. Although there was something wrong with Bai Luo's condition, he was still undefeatable. The voice of the daughter of the Soul Emperor drifted over. Thank you for the soul subduing wood. He didn't follow the others. He left alone. Lin Xian nodded. The surrounding people were surprised. The daughter of the Soul Emperor was indeed extraordinary. At the same time, they were somewhat disappointed. If she had been with them, they would have been much safer. Kaiser Blood came to Lin Xian's side. Lin Gongzi, let's go. The other quasi-emperors also turned around. Although the daughter of the Soul Emperor wasn't with them, Lin Xian was. It was also much safer. They also said, Lin Gongzi, we are willing to follow you. The group set off again. In fact, they weren't the only ones in danger. The other places were also in danger. Some quasi-emperors joined forces to resist, but they still couldn't stop it. Many people had died because of this. The double crown kings and triple crown kings were even more miserable. They couldn't resist at all. At this moment, an extremely terrifying might of the extreme Tao erupted between heaven and earth, vast and desolate. Many people looked up. It was an extreme Tao weapon. Did a heavenly emperor clan enter? Who was it? Lin Xian also sensed it. He looked at the void mirror in the distance. The Gu clan had also entered. He didn't know what kind of danger they encountered, but they actually activated the void mirror. On the other side, a man in cotton clothes walked through the passageway. There was no one around. A cold wind blew, making one's hair stand on end. It was Yao Guang. Yao Guang's face was cold. He said, Damned old man 9 firmaments. Why is this place so dangerous? Are you trying to trick me? 9 firmaments also said, How would I know? This moon palace was previously sealed. This should be the first time it's been opened. Who knew that it would be so dangerous? Hurry up and find a way out. 9 firmaments was a quasi-emperor, but the current situation exceeded his understanding. There were so many terrifying existences around. He even saw 8 Crown King. Such a person was here, his eyes empty like a puppet. Just who was behind the moon palace? It was probably a heavenly emperor. He didn't dare to be impudent here. Chapter 5635. Yao Guang said as he went to look at the other corpses. There were so many experts who had fallen here. If he could obtain some, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. He might even break through to become a quasi-emperor. However, the situation was beyond his expectations. Those who had fallen were all enveloped by the yellow spring water. Yao Guang roared, Scram! He charged towards the yellow spring water. A terrifying black vortex swallowed the heavens and the earth. He executed the extremely terrifying heaven-devouring demonic art. He wanted to snatch back those quasi-emperor corpses. However, countless white bone claws appeared in the yellow spring water and charged towards him. There was even a quasi-emperor's head that let out a mournful roar. It was as if the gates of hell had been opened. Yao Guang fought for a while and was actually sent flying. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He was injured. Damn it, he could only give up on these quasi-emperor corpses. Damn it, he couldn't get any benefits at all. He gritted his teeth. On the other side, the beautiful Xinjingqiu was still walking. Wherever she passed, she actually avoided those mysterious and terrifying existences. She kept walking towards the depths of the moon palace. Finally, she arrived in front of an ancient stone door. The stone door emitted a mysterious aura, and ancient, great Tao flickered on it. Xinjingqiu stood there for a long time. Finally, she stretched out her jade-like hand and gently pushed forward. A rumbling sound rang out, and the stone door kept shaking. It finally opened, and Xinjingqiu walked inside. After she walked in, the The stone door closed again as if it had never been opened. No one knew the entire process. However, a sigh came from the depths of the Moon Palace. It disappeared in an instant, making people think that it was an illusion. On the other side of the Moon Palace, there was a mysterious sea. There was a statue in the sea that stood there like a supreme goddess. At the same time, a group of people walked over from the mysterious ocean. The leader was a woman like the Queen of the Nine Heavens. Her body was sealed by ice crystals. It was the Dragon Queen. She brought the people of the 10,000 Dragon Court here, and the 10,000 dragons' picture surrounded her body. The Dragon Queen said in a deep voice, "I finally found you. How is it? Do you want to join forces? You're actually still alive." In the mysterious sea ahead, the statue of the goddess suddenly let out a deep voice. It was as if it had crossed space and time. At the same time, the world shook as a powerful pressure swept out. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty felt their scalps go numb. What kind of existence was in front of them? If it weren't for the Dragon Queen, they probably wouldn't have been able to reach it in their lifetime. The 7th Dragon General beside him also looked like he was facing a great enemy. Two mysterious and terrifying women began to negotiate here. Lin Xian did not know that Xin Jingqiu had entered, nor did he know that the Dragon Queen had entered. He could only continue walking forward. Their path of retreat had been sealed. If they wanted to leave, they could only continue to explore. There were many passageways in the surroundings that led to many places. Lin Xian stood there and looked around. He said, "Go investigate in different directions and report back after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn." The surrounding quasi-emperors began to move. Unknowingly, they had already begun to respect Lin Xian as their leader, because Lin Xian was really too calm. Such a scene scared these quasi-emperors out of their wits. They could only listen to this youth. These quasi-emperors began to search their surroundings. Even Kaiser blood had left for the moment. For a moment, only Lin Xian was left. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He waited. At this moment, footsteps sounded behind him. Lin Xian turned his head to look. He saw 3 figures behind him. 2 of them were quasi-emperors, and 1 was a quadruple crown king. The quadruple crown king was a youth. It seemed that they were also from the chosen immortal tribe. The 3 people behind him were also surprised when they saw Lin Xian. Someone had actually arrived here before them. When they saw that Lin Xian was only a quadruple champion and that he was by himself, they all laughed. It's actually a youth. It's really surprising that he could come here. I think he's just lucky. That's good. We're lacking someone to scout the way. Let this lucky kid scout the way for us. The 2 quasi-emperors sneered. The quadruple crown king also walked out and said, "Kid, listen to us and we'll let you live. Otherwise, you'll die without a burial place." They had extremely terrifying auras. They were from the giant sea race. "With just you 2. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "It's best if you submit and apologize. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." 2 quasi-emperors want to threaten me? One had to know that Lin Xian was not alone now. A group of quasi-emperors had gathered around him. However, those people had gone to scout the way and had not returned. Once they returned, they would completely outnumber the other party. These 2 quasi-emperors were not qualified to be arrogant in front of him. The 2 quasi-emperors did not know that. The youth was also angry. "Are you courting death? How dare you be disrespectful to my ancestor? Looks like I have to teach you a lesson." He slapped out with his palm. His palm turned into an abyssal sea, bringing with it a heavy pressure as it pressed down on the ground. He wanted to suppress Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. There was a trace of biting cold light in his eyes. He waved his hand. The true water sword technique flew over and turned into a true water dragon. It directly bound the deep sea that filled the sky. The quadruple crown king's body shook. The quasi-emperor behind him was also surprised. True water sword technique. You're from the Shuayin tribe. Humph, the other quasi-emperor sneered. Is the Shuayin tribe's quasi-emperor here? If not, then you can prepare to die. Boy, obediently scout the way and hand over the true water sword technique. I can give you a chance to live. Lin Xian was also angry. Get lost. Good boy, you have guts. Disciple, suppress him. A quasi-emperor said. The man in front also walked out. He said, Boy, I didn't expect you to be from the Shuayin tribe. Well, let's see whose water laws are more powerful. He roared angrily, and an endless sea appeared behind him. The momentum was vast and majestic, as if it was going to suppress the 9 heavens. He rushed over and fought with Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian threw out a punch. The golden sun pierced through the endless sea. The quadruple crown king vomited blood and flew backward. Half of his body was split open. He could not withstand the power of the divine fire at all. Damn it, how was this possible? He originally thought that he would definitely have the upper hand in a battle of the same level. But now, the other party could easily injure him. The gap was really too big. A mere ant dares to compete with me? Ridiculous. Lin Xian saw that the other party could not even block a punch of his and immediately sneered. Master, avenge me. The young disciple gritted his teeth. The quasi-emperor behind was also angry. He was called the Deep-Sea Quasi-Emperor. His face darkened. Young man, you have some strength. I didn't expect a genius like you to appear in the Shuayin tribe. However, what I like to do the most is to kill geniuses. Chapter 5636. The Deep-Sea Quasi-Emperor walked out and sneered. Once he attacked, the other party would definitely die. The difference between a quasi-emperor and a quadruple crown king was like heaven and earth. Just as he was about to attack, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. The deep-sea quasi-emperor turned around and saw a quasi-emperor walking out. It was an old woman with white hair and holding a walking stick. She also had the aura of a quasi-emperor. It was Quasi-Emperor Mandela. The deep-sea quasi-emperor was stunned when he saw her aura. He said, "You're here too." When Quasi-Emperor Mandela saw the other party, she nodded slightly. Then she ignored him. This made the deep-sea quasi-emperor frown. What was the other party's purpose? He had to be cautious. Quasi-Emperor Mandela walked past the other party and came in front of Lin Xian. Then she cupped her fists and said, "Young master, I've already checked that direction. It doesn't seem to be the way out." What? Seeing this scene, the 3 quasi-emperors from the giant sea clan were stunned. What kind of joke was this? Quasi-Emperor Mandela, a quasi-emperor. She actually bowed to a young man. Damn it, what was going on? What was the background of this young man? Did he have a high status in the Mandela clan? He was stunned. Just as he was about to ask, the sound of something breaking through the air came from another direction. Kaiser blood. This surprised the 2 quasi-emperors. He was also a terrifying quasi-emperor. After Kaiser blood arrived, he came to Lin Xian's side. He also cupped his fists and said respectfully, "Young master, it doesn't seem to be the way out." The 2 quasi-emperors from the Deep-Sea clan were stunned again. Even a quasi-emperor had to be respectful to him? Damn it, what the hell is going on? Lin Xian said, "You 2 have worked hard, but if you came a little later, I'm afraid someone would have suppressed me." Kaiser blood was instantly angry. Who dared to be disrespectful to young master? Quasi-Emperor Mandela also said, "Deep-Sea clan, how dare you go against Lin Gongzi?" The Deep-Sea quasi-emperor said, "Mandela, who is he? Why are you so respectful to him? Are you crazy?" Mandela coldly snorted. "Lin Gongzi's strength is not something you can imagine. You dare to offend Lin Gongzi? Quickly apologize." Kaiser blood said, "Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Humph. So he has 2 quasi-emperors backing him up. But so what? We are also 2 quasi-emperors. The giant sea tribe still refused to lower their heads. Is that so? Do you really think that there are only two quasi-emperors? Lin Xian smiled. What do you mean? The deep-sea quasi-emperor frowned. Was there something else? Just then, voices came from all directions, followed by the arrival of 3 more quasi-emperors, reporting to Lin Gongzi. We didn't find out anything. The people of the deep-sea race were completely stunned. Another 3 quasi-emperors bowed their heads to Lin Xian. With the 5 quasi-emperors by the other party's side, the deep-sea quasi-emperor immediately turned and fled. You want to leave? Quasi-emperor Mandela had been waiting for the other party. With a wave of her hand, endless Mandela flowers covered the sky, forming a chain that swept towards the other party. Kaiser Blood also roared angrily and struck out with his blood-colored long saber. The 3 quasi-emperors were also stunned. After they inquired about the situation, their faces instantly darkened. They actually dared to attack Lin Gongzi. The 3 quasi-emperors directly surrounded the people of the deep-sea race. The people of the deep-sea race were about to cry. The young man with 4 crowns was so scared that his scalp went numb. The other party was about the same age as him and had the same cultivation. But the other party could command so many quasi-emperors. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Lin Xian walked over with his hands behind his back and looked at the other party. You were very arrogant before. With a plop, the young man with 4 crowns knelt on the ground. Young master, please spare my life. I was blind and offended you. Please have mercy. Behind him, the deep-sea quasi-emperor's face was also ugly. His disciple actually knelt in front of someone else. This made him lose face, but now he could no longer care about these things because he also felt that his life was in danger. 5 against 2. If they really fought, they would end up in a terrible state. Therefore, he said, it's a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. We didn't know the identity of the young master. I apologize here. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Is that so? If I didn't have these quasi-emperors by my side, would I have been suppressed? As soon as he finished speaking, he struck out with his palm and directly smashed the young man with 4 crowns into pieces. The deep-sea quasi-emperor's pupils constricted. Damn it! How dare the other party attack his disciple? The young man with 4 crowns was extremely miserable. Master, save me. The deep-sea quasi-emperor's face also darkened. Young master, although you are strong, we are not weak. However, my deep-sea clan is not to be trifled with. I have already apologized. What else do you want? If it's not enough, kneel down and apologize. Lin Xian said indifferently. The moment he spoke, his voice sounded like thunder in the other party's ears. Everyone was shocked. The deep-sea quasi-emperor was even more furious. Don't go too far. He suddenly attacked and caught the other party off guard. If he could suppress the other party, then he would be qualified to leave. How dare you? Kaiser Blood roared and wanted to attack again, but he was a step too late. Haha, kid, go to hell. The deep-sea quasi-emperor seemed to have gone crazy. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and an extremely terrifying light appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he made a strong move. He slashed out with his sword and turned it into a giant dragon. It directly sent the deep-sea quasi-emperor flying. There was a scream and the void shattered. The deep-sea quasi-emperor's bones broke and his entire body was split in half. He screamed miserably. The other quasi-emperors also gasped. Lin Xian's strength was so terrifying. Previously, they followed Lin Xian because they were forced to do so. After leaving the Moon Palace, they probably wouldn't care about Lin Xian at all, because, in their opinion, Lin Xian only had some mysterious trump cards. For example, he had the soul subduing wood, or he could curry favor with the Soul Emperor's daughter. Once they left, these methods would be useless. But now their thoughts had completely changed because Lin Xian's strength was enough to injure a quasi-emperor. This shocked them. Lin Xian's strength was not weaker than theirs. The quadruple crown king was also terrified. His master was easily defeated by Lin Xian. He actually offended such a person before, and he was so scared that he fainted. Damn it, how is this possible? Who are you? The deep-sea quasi-emperor roared crazily. He was also dumbfounded. Lin Xian sneered. A mere quadruple crown king is qualified to be arrogant in front of me? You really don't know what death is. If you had knelt down and begged for mercy, I might have spared your life. But you dared to sneak attack me and want to kill me, then I'm sorry. You can go to hell and repent. A cold killing intent appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. You dare to look down on me? The deep-sea quasi-emperor roared. However, Lin Xian waved his hand. Didn't you guys say that you want to respect me? It's time for you to show your strength. These words were directed at Kaiser Blood, Quasi-Emperor Mandela, and the others. Chapter 5637. The 5 quasi-emperors were also stunned, their gazes uncertain. Kaiser Blood snorted coldly and took the initiative to attack. He had been chased by Lin Xian before. Furthermore, he had seen Lin Xian's cultivation method. He knew that if he wanted to survive in the Moon Palace, he had to rely on Lin Xian. As an old fox, he was the first to submit. He instantly charged out. Quasi-Emperor Mandela also attacked. When the other 3 quasi-emperors saw this, they sighed and attacked as well. The 5 quasi-emperors attacked the deep-sea quasi-emperor together. The deep-sea quasi-emperor was scared out of his wits. Damn it, my old friend attacked. 2 quasi-emperors came from the giant sea race. Aside from him, there was another quasi-emperor called Quasi-Emperor Ice Snake. Seeing this scene, he could only smile bitterly. Even if he attacked, he would not be able to defeat them. He could only sigh. Now he chose to protect himself. 5 against 1. Although the deep-sea quasi-emperor was extremely terrifying, he could send out a huge sea that churned the 9 heavens. In the end, he still could not escape death, his body and soul destroyed. The 5 quasi-emperors had cold expressions, their killing chi shocking. They turned around and looked at Lin Xian. A strong force swept out. A black whirlpool suddenly appeared on Lin Xian's body, and an extreme Dao aura appeared. At the same time, he snorted coldly and released his Rinnegan. The 5 quasi-emperors trembled. In that instant, after they killed the quasi-emperor, they even felt that they could suppress Lin Xian. Even they had the same thought in their minds. However, when Lin Xian's extreme Dao aura appeared, they immediately came to their senses. The killing chi on the 5's bodies disappeared. They came before Lin Xian and said respectfully, "Young master, the enemy has been eliminated. There is one more. Do you want to attack?" The 5 of them turned their heads to look at the ice snake. Quasi-Emperor Ice Snake was so frightened that his scalp went numb. He bowed deeply, almost burying his head in the ground. He said, "Young master, please spare me. I am willing to submit." Right after Shao Qin spoke, he killed the unconscious 4-crown monarch with one strike. This is the deep-sea quasi-emperor's disciple. He offended young master, so I killed him for young master. As for my life, young master, please decide. He acted as if Lin Xian was his superior. He could tell that Lin Xian was too mysterious and terrifying. He was no match for the 5 great boundary emperors. A wise man submits to circumstances. You're very sensible. Lin Xian also laughed. He sent a voice transmission to Little White, asking it to bring over a fruit. The sword world had also recovered and had grown some fruits. Not every kind of fruit could increase one's strength. There were poisonous fruits and other effects. For instance, the soul-calming wood. Lin Xian didn't know what it was used for, so he had given it to the Soul Emperor's daughter. This time he took out a spirit-locking fruit. Given his soul technique, it was impossible for him to completely control a quasi-emperor. However, if one consumed this fruit, even a quasi-emperor would become his puppet. Little White came out and handed the fruit to Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his hand and said, "Eat it, and I'll spare your life." What was that? The surrounding quasi-emperors were also surprised. They felt a mysterious aura from the spirit fruit. At the same time, they were puzzled. Lin Xian actually had so many treasures on him? The dragon snake, Quasi-Emperor's eyelids twitched wildly. He naturally knew that this was definitely not a treasure. It could be poison or something like that. However, the situation forced him to do so in order to save his life. He could only swallow it. The moment he swallowed it, his soul trembled. He felt as if his soul was locked by chains. Not good. He knew that he had fallen into a trap. This thing could control his soul. However, there was nothing she could do. It was better than death. The one who had locked the other party's soul, the ice snake, Quasi-Emperor, had completely become a puppet. If Lin Xian wanted her to live, she would live. If he wanted her to die, she would die. With a plop, he knelt on the ground and prostrated himself. "Greetings, young master." This scene stunned the surrounding Quasi-Emperors. Quasi-Emperor Mandela and the others all gasped. Even Kaiser Blood's face was pale. Although they had already respected Lin Xian, they only bowed. If he asked them to kneel, they would rather die than kneel. Quasi-Emperors still had their dignity and face. But now, this ice snake, Quasi-Emperor, seemed to have no dignity at all. Was it because of that fruit? Quasi-Emperor Mandela and the others gasped. If Lin Xian had let them eat that fruit, they would probably have the same ending. They would become puppets. Thinking of this, when they looked at Lin Xian, their gazes turned into a trace of horror. This young man's methods were too strange, completely beyond their imagination. Lin Xian saw their gazes, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He knew that he had intimidated these quasi-emperors. He stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly, "From now on, respect me as if I'm a god. Greetings, young master." The 5 quasi-emperors bowed respectfully again. This time, their hearts were filled with awe and shock. They did not dare to have any other thoughts. Let's continue. Lin Xian continued on his journey. This time, there was another quasi-emperor. Beside him, the 6 quasi-emperors were preparing to lead the way. They were very powerful. Along the way, many figures finally appeared in front of him. These people gathered together and stood there without moving. Lin Xian frowned. He also sensed the aura of an extreme Dao. An extreme Dao weapon had appeared. Was it someone from the Emperor race? When they arrived, they realized that it was not the case. There were a few fragments in front of them that were scattered among the palaces and pavilions. Those fragments were emitting an extreme Dao aura. Fragments of an extreme Dao weapon. Kaiser Blood and the others exclaimed. Their eyes were red. Although they were quasi-emperors from the chosen immortal race, they did not have an extreme Dao weapon. Only a great emperor's weapon could be called an extreme Dao weapon. For example, the blue sky bell from before was terrifying, but it was not an extreme Dao weapon. The power of an extreme Dao weapon was too terrifying and carried the might of an extreme Dao. But now, an extreme Dao weapon had actually shattered. What kind of battle had happened? The experts in the deity ground were also shocked. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. It was not the first time he had seen an extreme Dao weapon shattering. Previously, at the bottom of the Demon Sea, he had found a fragment of an extreme Dao weapon. Back then, the Demon Emperor and the green-robed Great Emperor fought and the weapon shattered. But this time, which Great Emperor would it be? The Moon Palace was indeed mysterious. What had happened here? Lin Xian asked a woman next to him. The woman was dressed in a phoenix robe and her expression was cold. She was holding a treasure bottle in her hand. Her name was Quasi-Emperor Lin Yu. At this moment, she snorted coldly. How dare a puny king of 4 crowns be so rude to her? However, at this moment, the 6 quasi-emperors behind Lin Xian walked out together. They stared at her with an unfriendly expression, which made Quasi-Emperor Lin Yu's expression change. Damn it, what was going on? This kid had 6 quasi-emperors with him. She immediately smiled. How should I address this young man? Cut the crap. Lin Gongzi is asking you a question. Tell me what happened here. Kaiser Blood shouted coldly. Quasi-Emperor Lung Yu frowned. Damn it, when had he been scolded? However, the other party's lineup was a little too strong. Therefore, he could only sigh and tell her what had happened. Chapter 5638. Quasi-Emperor Lung Yu explained what had happened earlier. It turned out that these people had engaged in a fight when they arrived. They had shaken off the surrounding ruins. A crack appeared. The ruins shattered, and the fragments of these supreme weapons appeared from within. Immediately, the surrounding experts fought over the fragments frantically. In the end, a few of them were instantly pierced through. 2 of them had even died. The others also spat out mouthfuls of blood and retreated. This sent chills down the spine of Quasi-Emperor Lung Yu and the others. They did not dare to act rashly, and were about to discuss if there was a feasible solution. At this moment, Lin Xian and the others arrived. It seemed that they were not too late. Kaiser Blood and the others were also delighted. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Do you think it's so easy to obtain an emperor weapon? Even a fragment of an emperor weapon was not something a quasi-emperor could obtain. Lin Xian was right. He had once obtained a fragment of an emperor weapon, but that was with the heaven-devouring jar. The others did not have a chance at all. Quasi-Emperor Mandela and the others sighed after hearing this. They were not willing to accept this. It's fine. If you are not willing to accept this, you can try it, Xian said. Quasi-Emperor Mandela and the others' eyes lit up. Thank you, young master. They now respected Lin Xian. If Lin Xian did not say anything, they would not have dared to act rashly. However, now that Lin Xian had agreed, how could they miss out on this opportunity? The 6 quasi-emperors walked forward together. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart, causing the scalps of the surrounding people to go numb. This lineup was too powerful. Were the 6 quasi-emperors going to attack together? Countless people looked over. Kaiser Blood and the others roared angrily and jointly struck out their laws, forming a large net. It shrouded the front. They were not greedy and prepared to seize a fragment of the ground ice first. The ground ice fragment in front was red as if it was stained with blood. After sensing an attack, it immediately shook violently. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions. Everyone was pushed back by this force. Some people directly vomited blood. The 6 quasi-emperors' faces also changed. They felt a terrifying, murderous aura surging toward them. Not good. Attack with all your might. These people shouted angrily and attacked again. All kinds of immortal techniques covered the sky and covered the earth as they attacked forward. However, the imperial weapon fragment was even more terrifying. The aura it emitted was terrifying. Finally, it pierced through the celestial spells that filled the sky and charged toward the 6 people. The 6 of them were all blasted back. Some of their bodies were shattered, while others were pierced through by the extreme power. Everyone was injured. It can't be, right? Even with 6 great quasi-emperors working together, they still couldn't do anything? Damn it, is this the power of an extreme weapon? When the surrounding people saw this, their faces were filled with despair. Only Lin Xian had a cold smile on his face. This group of people was really stupid. The 6 quasi-emperors stood up and began to suppress their injuries. They discussed in low voices for a while. Then he shook his head and gave up. He came to Lin Xian's side. Young master, if we can't do it, do you have a solution? Kaiser Blood asked. Yes. They all raised their heads and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian had many mysterious trump cards. He might have a way. Let me take a look. Lin Xian walked forward. The surrounding people were also surprised. Is someone going to attack again? However, when they saw Lin Xian's cultivation, they all sneered. How dare a sacred lord be so arrogant? Even if he was the quadruple crown king, he was no match for a quasi-emperor. 6 great quasi-emperors working together couldn't do anything. Does he have a way? These people didn't believe it, and they even sneered. However, Kaiser Blood and the others were looking forward to it. They wondered what this kid could do. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and probed. He wanted to know which great emperor's weapon fragment it belonged to. He felt an extremely terrifying, murderous aura from it. He had never heard of these great emperors. It seemed that he didn't know who they were. At this moment, the fragments of the extreme weapon seemed to have sensed Lin Xian's aura. Immediately, they rose into the air and trembled violently. The blood-red light on it was monstrous, as if it could tear the entire universe apart. Everyone felt a huge pressure. Even Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Damn it, what's going on? He instantly threw out the sky-devouring vortex. Boom! Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and a blood-red light shot toward the sky-devouring vortex. It set off an earth-shattering vibration. Lin Xian's blood was also boiling. This was because after the first one, the next few fragments were the same. The surrounding people were going crazy. What did this kid do? How could he provoke an extreme weapon? What made them even more surprised was that Lin Xian was still alive. He actually managed to block it. Is he more terrifying than the 6 great quasi-emperors? Quasi-emperor Leng Yu gasped. When she saw Lin Xian earlier, she didn't care about him at all. When she saw him earlier, she didn't care about him at all. But now she was really shocked. This person was indeed more powerful than the 6 great quasi-emperors. The 6 great quasi-emperors were also overjoyed. This seemed to be the aura of an extreme weapon. Could it be that he really had an extreme weapon on him? These people were shocked. Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. This extreme-grade weapon was hostile to him. He shouted coldly and pushed his palm. The black, sky-devouring crown flew out. It collided with the extreme weapon fragment. With a loud clang, a terrifying sound was heard. The sky and the earth were torn apart. This was originally a broken ruin. After the extreme weapon attack, the entire ruin cracked again. A crack appeared. Endless gravel fell down. Everyone was also shocked. They also looked down. Even the extreme Dao fragments that had attacked Lin Xian were sent flying downwards. Lin Xian lowered his head and took a look. Then he gasped. Kaiser Blood and the others were also stunned. That was his quasi-emperor who had an extremely terrifying aura. He had killed countless experts along the way. However, in front of such a scene, he was so scared that he almost knelt on the ground. There was a large hall below. It was originally hidden, but because of the collision of extreme weapons, it appeared in the world. The hall was covered with white bones. One of the walls was even made of countless white bones and skulls. Those skulls were all quasi-emperor skulls. Each of them carried the power of the immortal Qi fragments. Although tens of thousands of years had passed and that power had long disappeared, there were still some remnants of aura. The surrounding people were shocked when they sensed it. So many quasi-emperors had died. Moreover, they were killed by force and their skulls were piled up here. Who was it? Could it be that the owner of this hall was more powerful than a quasi-emperor? Then there was only one possibility. This was the hall of a great emperor. Only such an existence would be able to do such a thing. Lin Xian was also shocked. This was much more terrifying than the quasi-emperor skulls in the Yellow Spring. After all, there were at least hundreds of quasi-emperors here. This was really a killing god. Suddenly, he was stunned because he found another bone. Chapter 5639. The white bone hall below, except for the wall, was made of the heads of quasi-emperors. The other places were also filled with white bones. Among them, there was an ancient altar. On the altar, there was a hand bone. That bone, it was crystal clear and blue in color. The cold air on it was extremely terrifying. After countless years, the power of the laws had been wiped out. However, when one looked at it, one's soul seemed to be frozen. Even Quasi-Emperor Leng Yu exclaimed in surprise, "What a terrifying power of ice!" A glimmer of light shone in his eyes because he also cultivated the power of ice. If he obtained it, he might be able to break through again. Thinking of this, he could not wait to make a move. He waved his hand. It turned into a crescent moon and descended from the sky, enveloping the blue hand bone. The blue bone arms swayed, and a chill covered the sky and covered the earth. The crescent moon was sealed in ice. An ice array also appeared on Quasi-Emperor Lanyu's palm. Her body stiffened. She hurriedly retreated and shattered the ice. Her face was pale and she spat out blood. Damn it, it was so terrifying. Quasi-Emperor Lanyu's face turned ugly, then she sighed. It seemed that she was not qualified to obtain it. The other quasi-emperors also wanted to try, but when they saw what happened to Quasi-Emperor Lanyu, they hesitated. Lin Xian smiled. If you don't have the ability, don't snatch such a great opportunity, because you don't deserve it. What did you say? Quasi-Emperor Lung Yu was furious. However, she was afraid of the weapon in Lin Xian's hand and did not dare to make a move. Take it, if you have the guts. She snorted coldly. Lin Xian, however, waved his hand and grabbed downwards. A black vortex appeared on his palm, enveloping the blue hand bone. The blue hand bone released an endless amount of ice, freezing everything in its path. However, in front of the sky-devouring jar it was still swallowed. Although it was terrifying, it had been tempered for too many years and did not have much power left. The blue hand bone was swallowed, which shocked countless people. Lin Xian was delighted because DeLong told him that this blue hand bone was the bone of a supreme. The bone of a supreme. Lin Xian was even more surprised by the power it carried. He was incomparably familiar with it. This was the power of the Nine Yin. They were the bones of the Nine Yin body. Xue Qi cultivated this kind of physique, and he was very familiar with it. More importantly, he had the Nine Yang body, so he was able to sense it immediately. Had the Nine Yin divine physique been cultivated to the level of a human sovereign? This was truly beyond his expectations. Xiao Qin wondered if he would have the chance to see the Nine Yang body of a human sovereign. He put away the blue hand bone and planned to give it to Xue Qi when he met her. Xue Qi might be able to rely on this blue hand bone to make a breakthrough and become a quasi-emperor. Damn it, was it taken away? Quasi-Emperor Ling Yu's expression turned ugly. The others also cried out in surprise. This brat had an extremely powerful weapon in his hands, which made them incomparably envious. Quasi-Emperor Ling Yu said, "What's there to be arrogant about? Aren't you just relying on your weapon? Without that weapon, you would be nothing more than an ant in my eyes." "Oh, really?" Lin Xian also laughed. "Do you really think that you can contend against me without a weapon? Isn't this nonsense?" Quasi-Emperor Ling Yu said, "You are at most a quadruple crown king. What qualifications do you have to challenge a quasi-emperor?" Lin Xian shook his head. "Ignorant woman, what did you say?" Quasi-Emperor Ling Yu was furious. She stretched out her hand. A crescent moon spun continuously as it charged forward. The entire void shook again. The surrounding people also cried out in surprise. They saw that Lin Xian did not create a black vortex at all. Was he going to use his own strength to contend against a quasi-emperor? What a joke! This brat would die miserably. Kaiser Blood and the others did not care. They even sneered. When they looked at Quasi-Emperor Ling Yu, there was a trace of pity in their eyes. Only those who had truly fought with Lin Xian knew how terrifying he was. Lin Xian did not use the heaven-swallowing jar. Instead, he threw out a punch. Boundless Nine Suns divine fire flickered on his fist and turned into a sun. The terrifying divine fire vast and mighty between heaven and earth collided with Ling Yu's moon. An earth-shattering sound rang out, and heaven and earth kept shaking. The power of ice and fire exploded together. Quasi-Emperor Ling Yu was originally disdainful. Ling Yu thought that Yi Qingyu's flame would be instantly frozen. However, when he saw the divine fire, his expression changed. She felt that the power of the moon she struck out seemed to have melted. How was this possible? What kind of flame was this? While she was in a daze, the moon shattered and the punch landed directly on her body. She was sent flying. Her body was charred black and cracks appeared. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth again. Damn it, she was injured. She was actually injured by Yi Qingyu's fist. The surrounding people were also in an uproar. This brat was too incredible. Wasn't he just a quadruple crown champion? How could he defeat a quasi-emperor? The gap between the two of them was extremely huge. Countless people were dumbfounded. Could it be that this brat was a genius? Could he fight someone of a higher level? However, this was the first time in their lives that they saw a quadruple crown champion injuring a quasi-emperor. Your ice is so weak that it doesn't pose any threat to me at all. Now you know the gap between us, right? Lin Xian looked at Quasi-Emperor Leng Yu and said with a smile, "Damn it." Quasi-Emperor Leng Yu's expression was ugly, but she did not dare to attack again. She gritted her teeth and wanted to retreat. Lin Xian said, "Do you want to leave?" The illusion of 9 suns circled between heaven and earth. They were like 9 golden crows, spreading their wings and flying. Between heaven and earth, there was a sea of fire. Everyone exclaimed when they felt the power of this flame. Quasi-Emperor Leng Yu shouted angrily, "You are going too far. What do you want?" Lin Xian said, "You have challenged me time and time again. Do you want to die? If you don't want to, hand over your immortal technique." Yi Qingyu also cultivated the ice immortal technique, which was very suitable for Xueqi. "Damn it! You dare to covet my immortal technique?" Quasi-Emperor Leng Yu was completely enraged. "You are courting death." She shouted angrily, and a crescent moon appeared behind her. The phantom of the moon caused the entire moon palace to shake. Countless people were terrified. The power of the moon. This woman can't be using the power of the moon palace, right? Lin Xian also shouted angrily, 6 paths of reincarnation. An extremely terrifying light shadow appeared in his eyes, shaking heaven and earth. Then a reincarnation sword appeared and slashed down from the sky. Although it was just an illusion, it shocked many people. Some people even knelt on the ground. "Damn it, what is this?" Quasi-Emperor Leng Yu's expression became extremely ugly. This was the power of reincarnation. She was so frightened that she turned around and fled. However, how could she escape? The sword fell, and one of her arms was cut off. She was sent flying. Countless cracks appeared on her body, and her arm instantly turned into white bones. She entered the reincarnation sword. She was also severely injured. Lin Xian stepped in the air and pointed his sword forward. "Die or submit?" Chapter 5640. Don't kill me, I admit defeat. I am willing to hand over an immortal technique. Quasi-Emperor Leng Yu said quickly, "In the face of life and death, immortal techniques could be given up." Lin Xian snorted coldly. She should have been so obedient from the start. The reincarnation light in his eyes disappeared, and the phantom of the reincarnation sword also vanished. The terrifying reincarnation pressure was gone, and the surrounding people breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, when they looked at Lin Xian, their eyes were filled with fear and awe. This person was too strong. Even ordinary quasi-emperors were no match for him at all. Quasi-Emperor Leng Yu took out a scroll and said, "Immortal technique, Cold Moon Blade." Lin Xian said, "This technique had better not have any mistakes. Otherwise, no matter where you escape to, or the universe, I can kill you." With that, he put away the scroll, turned around, and continued to descend towards the palace of bones below. Quasi-Emperor Leng Yu's face was ugly. Her broken hand bones had regenerated, but she was too ashamed to stay here. She turned around and left. The others also did not dare to get close to Lin Xian. After Lin Xian descended, he used the sky-swallowing jar to block the fragments of the extreme weapon to prevent a sneak attack. At the same time, he used his Rinnegan to look. Under his Rinnegan, he saw a shocking, murderous aura. In particular, the heads of those quasi-emperors were roaring crazily. It was a kind of unwillingness. This shocked Lin Xian. Did these quasi-emperors not reincarnate? Then have they formed resentful spirits? He was extremely shocked. Just as he was about to open the 6 paths of reincarnation to investigate carefully, something even more terrifying happened. In the depths of the palace, there was an earth-shattering sound. It was a shrill roar that made one's scalp tingle. Endless cracks appeared in the entire void. And in this palace of bones, those blood-colored extreme weapon fragments also quickly floated, seemingly forming a blood-colored scimitar. On the scimitar, an extreme weapon aura condensed, a figure in a blood-red robe, whose face could not be seen clearly. But the murderous aura on his body was extremely terrifying. The moment he appeared, it was as if the god of death had appeared. The surrounding boundary emperors all knelt on the ground. Lin Xian also felt a huge pressure. He roared, and the dragon inside his body roared. An invincible sword will surrounded him. He stared at the figure in front of him. Fear, incomparable fear. This figure had an extremely powerful extreme path power that made his hair stand on end. Was the other party going to attack? Lin Xian took a deep breath and prepared to activate the great dragon sword soul and the heaven-swallowing jar. That was because this person was incredibly strong, and the threat he felt from King Jadefall was no less than what he felt from King Jadefall. However, at this moment, a figure floated over. "Boy, we meet again. Let's go." Lin Xian turned and discovered that it was the Soul Emperor's daughter. The other party said, "Someone is chasing me from behind. I can use someone else to kill him. You can also borrow a knife. We'll leave together." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure disappeared. Behind him, 3 figures walked over. These 3 people were wearing ancient Taoist robes. Their faces were expressionless and their eyes were hollow. There was a crescent moon between their eyebrows. It was blooming with mysterious moonlight. What was this? Lin Xian was surprised. He felt an extremely ancient and terrifying power. They were from the Moon Clan. Soul Girl ran even faster after saying that. The others were also shocked. The Moon Clan? Could it be related to the Moon Palace? They heard that the Moon Clan had long disappeared. How could they still be alive? The surrounding boundary emperors were also frightened and retreated. Lin Xian took this opportunity to leave. At this moment, the blood-colored figure condensed from the blood-colored scimitar roared and stretched out a blood-colored palm that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The 3 mysterious Moon Clan members also roared. There was a terrifying moonlight between their eyebrows. The 2 sides actually fought. Lin Xian took this opportunity to retreat. "Let's go." The crown princess shouted from afar. Lin Xian nodded and left. The 6 boundary emperors also followed him and flew into the distance. A great battle broke out. It was very terrifying. The others were also terrified. The Moon Palace was too terrifying. There were countless ancient powerhouses in it. The king of Jade Drop, the head of a boundary emperor, the fragment of an extreme Tao weapon, and the Lost Moon Clan. These people seemed to have their own formations. Once they met, they would fight. Then why did these people come here in the first place? This seemed to be a mystery. In the depths of the Moon Palace, in the mysterious sea, the Dragon Queen's expression was incomparably cold. She said, "Are you really not willing?" In front of her, the statue of the goddess on the mysterious sea also let out a low voice. "You can leave." "Humph. Since I'm here, I won't leave so easily." The Dragon Queen shouted angrily, "Today, you have to agree even if you don't want to." With a roar, the dragon chi on his body erupted and his eyes were like lightning. The 10,000 dragons diagram on his body instantly flew out. The 10,000 dragons roared and launched an extreme Tao attack. The anger of 10,000 dragons was incomparably terrifying. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. In the mysterious sea ahead, an ancient tree appeared. The ancient tree was not big, only a meter or so. It released an incomparably mysterious light. There was actually immortal energy hanging from it. At the same time, the mysterious statue of the goddess seemed to have moved. With a boom, the ancient tree in front charged toward the 10,000 dragons diagram. The 10,000 dragon shadows were blocked, forming countless black holes. The dragon queen frowned. The 7 wonders ancient tree. It's actually still in your hands. You dare to attack me? Unforgivable. The statue of the goddess coldly snorted. The 7 wonders ancient tree erupted again, its power sweeping through the world. The dragon queen also roared angrily and charged forward. The 2 extreme Tao weapons collided. The power caused the quasi-emperor's scalps to go numb. The 7th dragon general and the people of the 10,000 dragons court could only kneel on the ground and send their power into the 10,000 dragons diagram. Other than that, they could not do anything else. Boom! A shocking collision of extreme Tao weapons rang out, spreading throughout the entire Moon Palace. The people in the Moon Palace all looked up at the sky. When they felt this aura, they all sucked in a cold breath. What kind of power is this? It's too terrifying. Why do I feel like it can easily kill quasi-emperors? These people have all gone crazy. The people of the Gu family sucked in a cold breath. Extreme Tao weapons. And one of them was actually the power of the 10,000 dragons diagram. The 10,000 dragons court also came here. They were too shocked. On the other side, the quasi-emperors beside Lin Xian were also shocked. Even the Soul Emperor's daughter furrowed her eyebrows. Lin Xian's face sank. The 10,000 dragons diagram. Is it the Dragon Queen? She actually went to the depths of the Moon Palace. He could feel that this power came from an extremely far place. Clearly, this Moon Palace was boundlessly vast. The Dragon Queen had indeed awakened. Lin Xian was surprised. At the same time, she was shocked. Who was the Dragon Queen fighting against? It was also a super powerful and mysterious power that blocked the 10,000 dragons diagram. From the looks of it, there was also an incredible existence in the Moon Palace. Sensing this aura, the 3 people from the Moon Palace stopped attacking. They quickly flew into the distance, a hint of madness in their eyes. As for the broken full moon scimitar, it soared into the air and charged into the depths of the Moon Palace. Let's go. The demon god wings appeared on Lin Xian's back. He flapped them and moved at his maximum speed. He wanted to leave this place. However, at this moment, the blood-colored light appeared again in the distance. The broken full moon scimitar actually charged over at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, its target was Lin Xian. Chapter 56:41. Not good. Seeing that the extreme Tao weapon had returned, the surrounding people quickly fled. Kaiser Blood and the others also felt their scalps go numb. They also quickly left. Lin Xian frowned because he found that no matter where he went, the full moon scimitar seemed to have locked onto him. Damn it, it was coming for him. He snorted coldly and struck out with his sword to block it. With a clang, the sword chi was bounced away. The fragments of the extreme weapon seemed to want to merge together and completely recover. In the end, the fragments quickly scattered when they approached Lin Xian, forming an encirclement. It enveloped Lin Xian. It was coming for that kid. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they all exclaimed in surprise. Not good. Lin Gongzi, be careful. Quasi-Emperor Mandela and the others also exclaimed. They watched from afar, but no one dared to get close. A fragment of the extreme weapon could pierce through them. Lin Xian also frowned. There was a terrifying black vortex around him, bobbing up and down. At the same time, a monstrous sword chi rose from his body. Why was this thing targeting him? Was it because he had an extreme weapon? But it shouldn't be. He also fought just now, but the opponent still left. But in the end, it came back to wait for him. The last thing it used was the demon god's wings. Could it be related to demonic chi? He once again used his demonic chi to form the demonic chi armor. The overwhelming demonic power swept in all directions, and the fragments of the full moon scimitar shook violently. The endless murderous aura seemed to condense into a figure. It was a figure in a blood-red robe like a killing god. As soon as this figure appeared, a terrifying murderous intent locked onto Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. Damn it, it couldn't be related to the Demon Emperor, right? Sure enough, as if sensing the demonic chi behind this figure, it also condensed into the phantom of the Demon Emperor. As soon as he appeared, countless people were terrified. Damn it, another phantom appeared. There was an expert behind this brat. The surrounding quasi-emperors felt their scalps go numb. Even the Soul Emperor's daughter was surprised. What kind of changes would happen next? Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. The Devil Emperor really had a lot of enemies back then. The half-frog from before was related to the Demon Emperor, and now the owner of this extreme weapon fragment was also related to the Demon Emperor. In his heart, he asked DeLong, who was the Devil Emperor in the past, how many enemies were there? DeLong said he had already become a demon, so he had no misgivings when doing things. Back then, he seemed to have become the enemy of the entire world. Lin Xian's face darkened. Why did he feel that cultivating the illusion demon scripture was a huge trap? Who are you? I have no enmity with you. I am no longer the Demon Emperor from back then. Lin Xian said coldly, I am the Moon Goddess. That figure also spoke. It was actually a woman, which surprised everyone. Lin Xian was even more surprised. Moon Goddess? The other party was indeed arrogant for daring to come up with such a name. However, from this it could be seen that this woman was at least a martial monarch back then. Was such a person also an enemy of the Devil Emperor? You're not him. You've cultivated his cultivation method. The Moon Goddess in front of him said coldly. However, the killing intent in her eyes didn't seem to disappear, which made Lin Xian's hair stand on end. Lin Xian said, I'm indeed not the Devil Emperor, so what enmity did we have back then? I don't know either. Lin Xian really didn't know. He didn't even know if the Moon Goddess was from the Permethar realm. However, the Moon Palace was so strange now. If it fought with a martial monarch's phantom, who knew what would happen? Of course, if the other party insisted on fighting, Lin Xian wasn't afraid. At most, it would be a fight. Enmity? The Moon Goddess suddenly sneered. Her voice made one's soul tremble. Even though you're not him, you've still cultivated his cultivation method. Furthermore, you've even condensed an illusion of him. I don't believe that he's really dead. I want to see if he will come to save you in the end. The Moon Goddess wanted to attack. The surrounding fragments of the full moon blade exploded with terrifying killing intent. Lin Xian's face changed. You want to fight? I'll accompany you to the end. He snorted coldly. The sky-devouring jar swallowed the sky and earth, blocking the fragments of the extreme weapon. At this moment, the Moon Goddess in front of him slapped with her palm. You're still too young. You're no match for me. Feeling the power of this palm, Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. He condensed sword qi in his hands and slashed out. The power of the great dragon sword soul exploded. With a clang, he blocked the palm. The Moon Goddess retracted her palm and looked in front of her with incomparable surprise. The power of the great dragon sword. You actually have it? She was really shocked. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Although I'm not a quasi-emperor, it won't be that easy for you to catch me. The sword qi on his body became more and more terrifying, as if it was going to pierce through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a supreme sword god. What an arrogant kid. I want to see how far you can use the power of the great dragon sword. The Moon Goddess Phantom took a step forward and was about to attack. At this moment, another shocking attack came from the depths of the Moon Palace. The collision of extreme weapons caused the entire Moon Palace to shake violently. The Moon Goddess turned her head and looked into the distance. Her brows furrowed slightly. At the same time, there seemed to be a heavenly sound between heaven and earth. Is it summoning me? The Moon Goddess was stunned. Then, She waved her hand, and the full moon scimitar condensed under her feet again. She soared into the sky. "Kid, I'll remember you. Don't even think about escaping." After saying that, the moon goddess cut through the void and disappeared. Did she leave? The surrounding people all heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian, on the other hand, frowned deeply. Just now, he also felt that the voice seemed to be a kind of summoning. Who was summoning the moon goddess? Was it because of the collision of extreme weapons inside? Also, who was the Dragon Queen's enemy? How many great emperors were buried in this moon palace? In the depths of the moon palace, a stone door that was incomparably heavy. Behind the stone door was a world of its own. It was also a hall. The surrounding starry sky of the universe flickered mysteriously. A figure stood in the hall. Her face was beautiful, and there were 365 golden vortexes spinning around her body. It was Shinjingqiu. At this moment, she was holding a jade flute in her hand and gently blowing it. The mysterious and summoning voice came from the jade flute. At this moment, the stone door behind her opened, and a bloody figure rushed in. The moon goddess looked forward. "Are you summoning me?" Shinjingqiu put down the jade flute in her hand. She turned her head, and a mysterious light appeared in her eyes. At the same time, 365 mysterious figures sat cross-legged beside her. The heavenly sound was heard again. "It's you!" the moon goddess exclaimed. She was extremely surprised. "That's right, I'm here. I want to accept the inheritance of the divine path. I want to ignite the divine flame." Shinjingqiu said coldly. "No problem." The moon goddess phantom walked over. A rune of the moon appeared between her eyebrows, and then turned into a flaming moon. That was the power of the divine flame, a complete divine flame. It was not a seed. If Lin Xian were here, he would be shocked. It seemed that the moon goddess was a great emperor who walked the divine path back then. And now she was going to help Shen Jingqiu open the path of the divine path with her own hands. Chapter 5642. Moon Palace. The Mysterious Ocean. The Dragon Queen's expression became extremely ugly. Although she had the 10,000 dragons picture, the other party also had the 7 Wonders Ancient Tree. It was not weaker than an extreme Tao weapon. Therefore, she didn't have the upper hand at all. More importantly, she was still frozen by the God Crystal and hadn't woken up yet. And the other party was one of the masters of the Moon Palace. If they continued fighting, she would probably be suppressed. So she snorted coldly. "Guanghan Xian, I'll ask you one last time. Are you really not willing to cooperate?" "No." The goddess statue in front of her said coldly. "Fine, just you wait. When Brother Tian returns, he will flatten your moon palace." The Brother Tian she was talking about was naturally the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Queen still believed that the Dragon Emperor was not dead, and he should be in the depths of the deity ground. "Even if the Dragon Emperor comes, my answer will be the same." The Guanghan Xian in front of her said coldly, "Let's go." The Dragon Queen turned around and left with the people of the 10,000 dragons court. The 10,000 dragons picture turned into a divine dragon that shattered heaven and earth and disappeared. The mysterious ocean fell silent again, and the goddess statue in front of her whispered. Just now, she seemed to have sensed the aura of the demon emperor. Was he here too? In the next moment, lightning flashed in her eyes, turning into 2 streaks of immortal chi that pierced through heaven and earth. She looked into the distance. She saw a man in the moon palace, surrounded by demonic chi that was slowly disappearing. For Crown King's cultivation shouldn't be that of the demon emperor. Was he his successor? The Guanghan Xian didn't care at first. It was normal for a great emperor to have a successor, but when she saw Lin Xian's appearance, her body trembled. How was that possible? The statue on her body quickly shattered, and then a beautiful woman walked out. This woman was like a fairy of the moon. She had a cold aura about her. Her beautiful face was unprecedented in the human world. How could it be him? In the next moment, she held the 7 Wonders ancient tree and waved it gently. A streak of immortal chi flew out. Outside, after the moon god left, the surrounding people heaved a sigh of relief. How was that the moon god? She was simply a god of death. Lin Xian also frowned. What was the moon god's relationship with the Palace of Bones? He couldn't help but feel that the other party's killing intent was simply too terrifying. Just as he was about to ask DeLong, the void suddenly split open again, and a terrifying power emerged. This power wasn't any weaker than an extreme weapon. The moment he appeared, the surrounding quasi-emperors vomited blood and were sent flying. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Was the moon goddess here again? They had gone too far. He roared angrily and threw out the sky-devouring jar. At the same time, sword chi swept out. It collided with the terrifying light. With a loud clang, Lin Xian's chi and blood roiled as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was dumbfounded. What kind of power was this? It was too scary. The great dragon sword soul was invincible, but it was unable to break through the other party's defenses. The great dragon in his body said, this was immortal energy. Immortal chi. Lin Xian was astonished. Only great emperors had immortal energy. Had a living great emperor made a move? It was too unbelievable. Whether it was the frog that had been sealed or the moon god, they were both incomplete emperors. But now, was a real great emperor about to make a move? Immortal energy descended like chains, shrouding Lin Xian. In the next moment, he was taken away. Boom, boom. The void shattered, and it took a long time for it to slowly recover. The surrounding quasi-emperors raised their heads, their faces filled with horror. Was it a great emperor who made a move? It was too unbelievable. Let's go, let's escape. We can't stay in the Moon Palace. Previously, they were here to search for treasures, but now they realized that the Moon Palace was even more terrifying than hell. They desperately wanted to leave. Where was Lin Gongzi? Quasi-Emperor Mandala and the others were also shocked. Kaiser Blood said, it seemed that he had been taken away by the great emperor. It was over. He was doomed. Although they had seen Lin Xian's miraculous abilities, compared to a great emperor, everything was nothing. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, he couldn't defeat a great emperor. The 6 quasi-emperors shook their heads and sighed. A top genius had fallen, and they could only leave. Lin Xian was also shocked when he was shrouded by immortal energy. The great emperor attacked him again. Was this the power of a great emperor? It was too unbelievable. Even if he used the heaven-swallowing jar and other extreme weapons, he couldn't block it. However, the other party didn't kill him, but took him away. Why? Did the great emperor of the Permitha realm want to seal him again? Lin Xian's face was incomparably cold. If it was really the Permitha realm, then he would risk his life to enter the sword world and use all his strength to resist. He wouldn't be sealed again. Dalong said, Kid, don't act rashly. It might not be someone from the Permitha realm. In the next moment, the void broke open, and a stream of immortal energy brought Lin Xian into the front. Lin Xian stopped and looked around. It was empty and dark all around, and there was a mysterious sea in front of him. Above the mysterious sea stood a beautiful figure. She looked like a fairy from the moon. Beside her was an ancient tree with a mysterious aura surrounding it. It was very similar to the one beside Lin Xian. An ancient tree surrounded by immortal energy? This was an extreme weapon. Lin Xian was shocked. Then, this woman must be the great emperor. Guanghan Celestial waved her hand, and the immortal energy brought Lin Xian in front of her. The two of them were less than 10 meters apart. Lin Xian sensed the aura in front of him. He asked solemnly, Who are you? Are you from the Permitha realm? Guanghan Celestial didn't reply. She just stared at Lin Xian and didn't stop. This made Lin Xian's hair stand on end. Who are you? Lin Xian hollered in rage, like a dragon's roar. 10,000 dragons roared. Guanghan Celestial frowned. Why do you have the aura of the dragon path? If she wasn't wrong, he couldn't have it. Lin Xian scoffed coldly. I have the aura of the dragon path, so what? He stepped forwards, and dragon-shaped, sword energy exploded. A terrifying aura roared in all directions. It was actually the power of the great dragon sword. It seems like you aren't from the 10,000 Dragon Court. You know about the 10,000 Dragon Court? Was the dragon queen fighting with you just now? Lin Xian was shocked too. His eyes had the power of reincarnation as he looked around to capture the aura. As expected, he saw the aura of the 10,000 dragons diagram. The dragon queen was here just now. Great dragon sword, eye of reincarnation. You really have many things on you. Guanghan Celestial was shocked. Let me ask you, do you know Lin Zhan? Where is he? Lin Xian was stunned. You know my father? He was really stunned. Could it be that this was his father's enemy in the past? You are Lin Zhan's son? Guanghan Celestial frowned. After not seeing him for so many years, did he already get married and have children? A cold light appeared in her eyes, piercing through the 9 heavens. Lin Xian's blood boiled. The devouring vortex around him seemed to have been split open. Who are you? Do you have a grudge against my father? Humph. Don't even think about suppressing me and threatening my father. I will leave even if I have to risk my life. Dragon scales appeared on Lin Xian's body. He wanted to merge with the dragon's soul and tear apart the sky. Guanghan Celestial didn't attack. Mist appeared in her eyes. Suddenly she hollered, Lin Zhan, why didn't you wait for me? Chapter 56:43. Her voice pierced through the clouds. The mysterious sea started to churn violently like a raging sea. Lin Xian was also shaken up. He used the heaven-swallowing jar to protect his body. At the same time, he was shocked. This person knew his father and felt that their relationship wasn't ordinary, because he felt that the last Lu Han wasn't filled with killing intent, but with resentment. What was the relationship between this woman and his father? Could it be? Thinking of some possibilities, Lin Xian's expression became very strange. However, he still had to confirm. Senior, are you friends with my father? He asked curiously. The moon immortal couldn't calm down for a long time. When she heard Lin Xian's words, she lowered her head again and stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled awkwardly. The moon immortal said, Don't ask about my relationship with your father. Why are you here? The moon palace is so mysterious. I'm here to condense the immortal chi seed. It's not difficult. I can help you. However, she frowned again. Lin Zhan is on the divine Tao. Why didn't he help you condense the divine Tao seed? Lin Xian sighed. His father and the others seemed to have other plans. They had already gone to the depths of the deity ground. As for the divine fire seed, I already have it. Speaking of this, Lin Xian opened the divine fire mark between his eyebrows. A mysterious flame appeared and spread in all directions. The moon immortal was stunned. Firstly, she was shocked by Lin Zhan's actions. Did he go to the depths of the deity ground again? He failed last time. Would he succeed this time? It seems that it's time for me to come out. But why didn't he come to find me? It seemed that the moon immortal still had some resentment towards Lin Zhan. At the same time, she was even more shocked by Lin Xian. You have the divine fire seed, but you still want to condense the immortal chi seed. You're too greedy. You're Lin Zhan's son. That's why I'm reminding you. In the past, there were people who wanted to walk these 2 paths, but they all failed. You'd better continue on the divine Tao. Are you sure you want to walk both paths? Lin Xian nodded. He said, I'm sure. Others might have failed, but it didn't mean that he would fail too. Why not try? Everything was possible. If he didn't even dare to try, wouldn't that be a pity? The immortal of Guanghan Xian sighed. She knew that young men were stubborn, so she couldn't say anything more. Since you insist, then I wish you good luck. I can help you condense the immortal chi seed. With that, he waved his hand, causing the Seven Wonders ancient tree to fly over. It floated up into the air and began to emit immortal energy. Comprehending the immortal chi on it, whether or not you can condense the seed will depend on your own luck. Lin Xian nodded and sat down cross-legged. He began to sense the immortal chi from the Seven Wonders ancient tree. The divine flame between his eyebrows pulsed. At the same time, there was also celestial chi revolving around his body. Lin Xian quickly comprehended this power. That was indeed the case. It would not be easy for him to perfectly fuse the two powers into his body. However, Lin Xian really wanted to give it a try. Just like that, he began to cultivate. The Guanghan immortal stood in the distance and shook his head slightly when he saw this. If Lin Xian had chosen the immortal Tao and not the divine Tao, he could understand. The divine Tao was probably even more difficult now. Only people like Lin Zhan in the past could persevere on. It was very difficult for a newcomer to walk the divine Tao. At least, it was much more difficult than the immortal Tao. After all, there were many things related to the immortal Tao in the deity ground. As for the divine Tao, there were too few of them in the deity ground. Even if one comprehended it, the divine flame seed would make it even more difficult to increase one's strength in the future. However, this guy was actually cultivating both at the same time. She did not think highly of him at all. The way he saw it, Lin Xian would probably give up before long. Under normal circumstances, the Guanghan immortal's guess was right. However, she did not know that Lin Xian had the sword world in his body, which was the so-called divine domain. This was also the reason why Lin Xian wanted to walk the immortal Tao. Although he didn't know the specifics of the plan, he could tell from the few words he had heard. Back then, Lin Zhan and the others must have fought in the depths of the deity ground, or even the other side. In the end, they failed. Now that they were doing it again, what were the chances of success? Probably no one was confident. If Lin Xian wanted to defeat the Heavenly King, he would have to think of a new way. His way was to cultivate the divine Tao and the immortal Tao together. Perhaps he would only have a chance to defeat the Heavenly King if he created his own Tao. However, this process was very difficult. He had already condensed the divine flame seed. Although the great Tao had returned to one, it would be difficult for him to create another divine flame seed in his glabella. Lin Xian condensed the divine flame seed in his left eye. Endless light and fragments of immortal qi gathered toward his left eye. There seemed to be the sound of thunder in the sky. So fast? The Guanghan immortal realm, although the Seven Wonders ancient tree, was mysterious and allowed people to condense the divine flame seed. He had never seen someone as fast as Lin Xian. It had only been a month. He had already condensed the divine flame seed. His experience should have come from the fusion and condensation of the divine flame seed. However, how did he condense the divine flame seed in his body? The Guanghan immortal's eyes also emitted cold divine qi as he looked ahead. He could not understand. He frowned slightly. Lin Zhan's son was really mysterious. He did not know who his mother was. Could she be better than him? Lin Xian shouted angrily and started to transcend the tribulation, the lightning tribulation and the immortal flame tribulation. This process also took several months. Half a year later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The reincarnation light in his right eye shone. There was a divine flame in his glabella. His left eye was very mysterious. There was fog surrounding it. If one looked carefully, they would realize that it was a fragment of divine flame seed. The divine flame seed was condensed in his left eye. Was this the power of divine flame seed? Sensing this mysterious power, Lin Xian took a deep breath. Although he was still a quadruple crown king, his strength was more than 10 times stronger than before. He was too strong. He could kill an ordinary quadruple crown king with one slap. He could also defeat a quadruple crown king. And now he was only a quadruple crown king. Once he broke through to the boundary emperor realm, his strength would become even more unfathomable. Could he become a quadruple crown king? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. It pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Legend had it that someone had become a quadruple crown king before becoming an emperor. Now, Lin Xian's goal was also to become a quadruple crown king. Before becoming an emperor, he had to become a quadruple crown king. He stood up and roared at the sky. The power of the divine flame and divine flame seed spread out from his body. It was extremely mysterious. The Guanghan immortal in front was also shocked. This kid had really succeeded. However, he still frowned, because with his strength, he could see that although Lin Xian had condensed 2 types of power, there were 2 different types of power. However, these 2 powers were clearly separated and did not fuse together. He could only let Lin Xian explore his future path himself. If he was not careful, his soul might be destroyed. Chapter 5644. Thank you, Senior. Lin Xian landed and looked at Guanghan Celestial. He cupped his fists and said, gratefully, without him, it would have taken a long time for him to condense celestial energy. Now he managed to condense it in a month. Kid, I have to remind you that this path is very dangerous and you can die at any moment. Do you understand? Lin Xian nodded. Don't worry, Senior, I won't be rash and I won't die. All right, you can leave now. If you meet Lin Zhan, Guanghan Celestial shook his head before he finished. Forget it, I will handle this myself. You can leave. He waved his hand and broke the space, sending Lin Xian out. After Lin Xian left, he had a weird expression. He said, DeLong, do you know about my father's relationship with Guanghan Celestial? DeLong said, this is hard to say. You can ask him in the future. Damn. As expected, there was a problem. Lin Xian sighed. Forget it. This wasn't something he could care about. Right now, he was very happy because his strength was really too strong. He waved his hand and the celestial energy seed in his left eye exploded. He used the True Water Sword technique. This time, the True Water Sword technique was much stronger than before. This was a true celestial technique. The sword energy was like a water dragon in the sky. It was soft enough to restrain everything. At that moment, demonic energy spread out from his right hand. The god flame seed danced. The demon god seal was used. A top technique, celestial technique in his left hand and a technique in his right. Lin Xian roared into the sky. He really wanted to find 6 Crown King and fight him. At that moment, another person appeared in the mysterious ocean. It was a huge person. It was like a mountain. It was a jade rabbit. After it appeared, it looked at Guanghan Celestial and started crying. Little Jade, you are here. When Guanghan Celestial turned around and looked at the jade rabbit, he smiled. That smile made the sky lose its color. The jade rabbit's body shrank, turning into a cute little rabbit, and flew over. Little Jade, you are finally back. That is great. Guanghan Celestial was delighted. She waved the 7 Wonders ancient tree and unleashed boundless immortal chi into the distance. The entire Moon Palace shook violently. At this moment, the people in the Moon Palace also looked up at the sky. Their faces were filled with fear. In the next instant, they felt a ray of light streak past them. Their escape route had appeared. The chilly winds in the surroundings also disappeared. The Yin soldiers also disappeared. The terrifying scene also completely disappeared. Those ancient existences had hidden everything. The Moon Palace has opened. Let's run. Although they didn't know what had happened, those who were still alive didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. Their courage from before was all gone. These people quickly fled. Has it been opened? It was a good opportunity. Lin Xian opened his devil god wings, and he transformed into a beam of light that shot forward. On the way, he met a group of people and said, "You guys are still here?" Quasi-Emperor Mandela and the others were stunned when they heard this and looked up at the sky. When they saw Lin Xian, they were dumbfounded. "Young master, you're still alive?" They were really too shocked. Wasn't Lin Xian captured by a supreme existence? That was a great emperor. Didn't the great emperor kill him? How could he come out alive? Lin Xian said, "Do you guys really want me to die?" There was a trace of cold light in his eyes. The power of the immortal chi seed appeared. These quasi-emperors felt a sense of pressure. How was this possible? Why was he like a god? They were shocked. Although they saw that Lin Xian was still a quadruple champion, his aura had completely surpassed them. He was someone they looked up to. Kaiser Blood hurriedly said, "We knew you wouldn't die." "Yes, young master, we've been waiting for you." The other quasi-emperors spoke one after another. Lin Xian nodded. "Then let's go." He took the lead. The quasi-emperors behind him followed. These people left the Moon Palace one after another. When they came out, they heaved a sigh of relief. Some of them even roared at the sky after coming out. Some knelt on the ground and cried. It couldn't be helped. It was too dangerous inside. This time, half of the people who went and died. This included half of the quasi-emperors. What kind of loss was this? Even in the deity ground, quasi-emperors were the leaders of their clans and grand elders. Such people died like cabbages in the Moon Palace. If this news spread, the chosen immortal clan would probably be shocked. Damn it, this place is too terrifying. I definitely can't go in again in the future. Some of the chosen ones shook their heads. On the other side, the people from the Gu family also came out. Their expressions were also ugly. Gu Shao didn't die. In fact, the number of people who died was very small, because of the apex weapon. Even so, they still sighed. There was no opportunity here. They should go somewhere else. In addition, in the darkness, Yao Guang came and immediately fled. He also gritted his teeth. This time, he also didn't gain anything. After everyone came out, the Moon Palace slowly closed. Everyone looked at the mysterious Moon Palace in the sky and sighed. At the same time, they were puzzled. They didn't know what kind of people were inside. Were they dead? Or were they alive? Especially when they thought of the King of Jade Drop and the others, they were even more shocked. There were endless treasures inside. The Emperor weapon fragment, the Jade Drop bell. However, they didn't have the ability to bring it out. At this moment, in another mysterious place in the depths of the Moon Palace, Xinjingqiu also slowly opened her eyes. A divine flame appeared between her eyebrows and swept through the 9 heavens. Did it succeed? Her lips curled up into a smile. She had finally condensed a divine flame seed. However, she didn't leave immediately. Instead, she sat down cross-legged. She wanted to completely stabilize her cultivation base. Lin Xian didn't know that Shen Jingqiu had come to the Moon Palace and was very close to him. He even knew that she had broken through inside. However, he didn't give up looking for her. The people of the Divine Union also had a portrait of Shen Jingqiu. If they met her, they would inform him. At the same time, Lin Xian also received some information from Qing Cheng and Yan Ruyu. It turned out that other than the Moon Palace, there were also some mysterious palaces that opened in other places. For example, Murong Qingqing and the others had entered a palace that looked like a thunder god. They also obtained some good fortune from there. Perhaps it wouldn't take long for them to become boundary emperors. This was good news. Lin Xian didn't go immediately. He knew that Qingqing and Yan Ruyu both had emperor weapons with them. Even if there was danger, they should be able to protect themselves. The 6 quasi-emperors at the side invited Lin Xian to their clans as guests. Boundary Emperor Mandala even said, "Young master, there is a gathering organized by the chosen immortal race. Young master, you must come. Perhaps you can get some information about the depths of the deity land." Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He said, "Okay, I will go." Chapter 56:45. Lin Xian also wanted to see how the gathering in the deity ground would be like. These chosen immortal clans were not ordinary. Each clan had a few boundary emperors. He also wanted to see more immortal techniques. The boundary emperors were also excited. Lin Xian was strong. If he was willing to go, they would be proud. The boundary emperors went back to make preparations. Lin Xian also went to find a place. At this moment, he saw Boundary Emperor Tian Shui, who was going to return to the Shuiyun clan. Boundary Emperor Tian Shui was also shocked. After all, the Moon Palace was so terrifying. After seeing Lin Xian, he felt as if he had eaten a calming pill. Therefore, he was eager to stay by Lin Xian's side to seek safety. Lin Xian followed Boundary Emperor Tian Shui back to the Shuiyun clan to wait for the gathering in the Deity ground. On the other side, a big battle broke out in a valley. The two sides were Shangguan Shaoxian Hongya and the Tsangsong clan. The people of the Tsangsong tribe did not stop after being chased away by the Tian Shui quasi-emperor. They attacked again and finally met Shangguan Shaoxian. The two of them fought fiercely. Shangguan Shaoxian and Fu Hongya were no match for them. At the last moment, they used their jade pendants to teleport. Want to leave? However, this time, the one who attacked was a top genius of the Tsangsong clan. He held a weapon made by a Boundary Emperor in his hand. It was called the Spirit Fixing Needle. After flying out, it fixed one of Shangguan Shaoxian's spiritual and one of her physical souls. Fu Hongya's spiritual soul was also fixed. Their bodies disappeared, but their remnant souls were caught by the Tsangsong clan. They were going to bring them back. These two people were not ordinary. The array in their hands was so amazing. They could actually escape from the spirit-fixing needle. I must find out which clan they belong to. I want to see how amazing the people in the small universe are. They were also a little jealous of that array. If they knew the other party's sect, they would go out and suppress it. Divine union. At this moment, there were some disciples left behind. They did not have the strength to enter the deity ground, so they continued to cultivate at the mountain gate. On this day, there was a flash of light and a few figures appeared. It was Senior Sister Shangguan. Many people rushed over and saw that the two people were Shangguan Shaoxian and Fu Hongya. However, the expressions of the two men turned extremely ugly. Some of our souls have been taken. After saying this, the two of them fainted. Not good. Those disciples were also in a state of panic. Damn it! Who did this to him? Was it another Emperor clan? Or was it someone from the celestial ground? They didn't know, so they could only send the two of them into the main hall. Lin Xian didn't know about any of this. He was currently waiting in the Shuiyun clan, discussing immortal energy, seeds with Patriarch Truewater and Patriarch Heavenwater. As well as the use of immortal techniques, he had benefited a lot. The two old ancestors were also shocked. The last time they saw Lin Xian did not have an immortal chi seed. But this time, the other party actually managed to condense it. This was really unexpected. This kind of improvement speed was far beyond their own, causing the two of them to be both envious and frightened, especially the Sky Water Patriarch. He had entered the Moon Palace before and knew how terrifying it was inside. A quasi-emperor was probably an inside. However, Lin Xian was able to obtain an opportunity in such a dangerous situation. It was really unbelievable. The two of them were even more in awe of Lin Xian. The three of them discussed Tao. Half a month later, Lin Xian was ready to leave for the celestial ground because he received news that the gathering in the celestial ground was almost over. The two old ancestors still wanted to have a final comprehension, so they asked Shui Yunru to accompany Lin Xian. The two of them turned into flowing light and left the Shuiyun clan. Shui Yunru was very excited. Lin Xian's identity was not ordinary now. Not only was he her savior, but even the old ancestors were in awe of him. Therefore, she was also very nervous around such a person. 2 days later, Shui Yunru heaved a sigh of relief because she found that Lin Xian was very calm and kind, completely different from the old ancestors. Therefore, she gradually became more cheerful and told Lin Xian some interesting things in the celestial ground. Finally, they arrived in front of a city. This was the first ancient city in the celestial ground. It was also Lin Xian's first time seeing it. Previously, he had only seen broken ruins and a palace. This city was incomparably majestic and there was a mysterious and terrifying aura on it. Shui Yenru said that this was the immortal city. There were not many cities in the celestial ground. Large areas were still mountains, forests, and valleys. Therefore, once a city was established, countless families and sects would gather. The gathering this time was also held in the immortal city. Lin Gongzi, please. Shui Yenru led the way in front. Lin Xian nodded and followed in. After entering the immortal city, it was very lively inside. Experts of the celestial ground could be seen everywhere. At this moment, a voice came from behind. Isn't this Shui Xianzi? Hearing this, Shui Yenru turned around in surprise. It turned out to be the young master Shinli. A tall man walked over from behind. The aura on his body condensed into a battle armor. With every step he took, the sky and earth would shake. He had supreme power. The Herculean young master walked over with a smile. Is Shui Xianzi also here to attend the gathering? What a coincidence! Oh, right, let me introduce you. This is my friend, Kuang Yiming. His grandfather is the Berserk Blade Quasi-Emperor. Shui Yenru was surprised. The Berserk Blade Quasi-Emperor was a very powerful Quasi-Emperor. His blade techniques were invincible, and he was quite famous. Therefore, she bowed and greeted the young master. When Kuang Yiming saw Shui Yenru, his eyes lit up. He had seen many beauties, but it was the first time he saw someone as gentle as Shui Yenru. Therefore, he was very excited. However, Shui Yenru did not seem to be very happy. After seeing Lin Xian's strength, the other geniuses did not seem to be enough. Therefore, she came to Lin Xian's side again. Seeing this, the Herculean young master squinted his eyes. Oh, who is this? I don't think I have seen her before. There is an unfamiliar young man beside Shui Yenru. Which family is he from? This is Lin Gongzi. He is an important guest of our Shui Yenru clan. Shui Yenru said. Kuang Yiming also looked over. He had a good impression of Shui Yenru. Was she his competitor? He said that he did not know which family Lin Gongzi was from. He was unfamiliar with him. Lin Xian said indifferently. He was a rogue cultivator. He saw the two people in front of him. They were quadruple champions. In the outside universe, there were definitely top existences that could sweep through everything. However, in the deity ground, they were nothing. Especially in front of him, they were nothing more than ants. Lin Xian did not even care about ordinary quasi-emperors, let alone these two quadruple champions. Therefore, his attitude was very calm. However, Kuang Yiming and Kuang Yiming frowned slightly. They were also famous geniuses of the younger generation, who would not be enthusiastic when they saw them. They would even lower their heads. However, this kid did not seem to be so. The other party's attitude was very arrogant. They checked carefully and realized that Lin Xian was also a quadruple champion. Both of them were angered. At the same level, he was a rogue cultivator with the same strength and status as them. What was there for someone like him to be arrogant about? They could easily kill him with some tricks. Lin Gongzi, right? Seeing that you are also a quadruple champion, let's spar when we have time. Kuang Yiming walked out. His body emitted a terrifying saber light, causing the surrounding people to feel numb. Shui Yenru's face changed as well. Chapter 5646. Lin Xian said, "It was better not to." Why? Are you scared? Kuang Yiming's eyes were filled with pride. In front of a beauty, it would be great if the other party became a coward. What he wanted was to ruthlessly suppress the other party. Lin Xian shook his head. Scared? I'm afraid you'll lose your life. After speaking, Lin Xian turned and left. If the other party spar with him, would he be able to block a slap? Seeing Lin Xian leave, Shui Yenru hurriedly followed him. However, Kuang Yiming's face was ashen and his body was trembling. Was the other party looking down on him? Damn this brat, he was too arrogant. He couldn't help but want to attack. The Herculean young master pulled him back and said, "Don't be anxious. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with this brat." Although this brat was a quadruple crown champion, he was just a rogue cultivator. What kind of powerful immortal techniques could he have? He couldn't be compared to us at all. The Herculean young master's eyes were filled with disdain. Kuang Yiming also said coldly, what a gigolo. If it wasn't for Fairy Shui, I would have killed him with a single slash. The two of them sneered, not putting Lin Xian in their eyes at all. On the other side, Shui Yanru introduced the two to Lin Xian, as well as their grandfathers, Quasi-Emperor Batian and Quasi-Emperor Frenzied Blade. Lin Xian only nodded slightly after hearing that. He didn't say anything else. Shui Yanru didn't think much of it. Even the two old ancestors of her family bowed down to him. These two quasi-emperors probably wouldn't be able to cause any trouble in front of Lin Gongzi. Young master, this time we're temporarily staying at Ascending Heaven Tower. Ascending Heaven Tower was very famous in the Immortal City. Shui Yanru continued to lead the way. Ascending Heaven Tower was a very famous tower. It was indomitable and surrounded by clouds. It was like a divine sword that reached the heavens, standing above the Immortal City. This place was also a top-notch residence. Ordinary people weren't qualified to come here at all. There were arrays flashing around Ascending Heaven Tower. There were also guards and maids waiting to welcome them. Seeing Shui Yanru and the others walking over, the maids at the front all came to welcome them. The one leading the group was a woman. She was dressed in colorful clothes and had a similarly beautiful face. Furthermore, judging from the other party's identity, he was also a quadruple champion. Presumably, his strength was not ordinary. Little Sister Ro, are you here? The woman smiled. Sister Jiaman. Shui Yanru also greeted him with a smile. At this moment, laughter came from behind. So it's Fairy Jiaman. We're flattered that you're here to welcome us. From the sound of it, he could tell that it was the Herculean Prince and Kuang Yiming. When the two of them looked at Jiuman, their eyes also lit up. Fairy Jiuman. This was Kuang Yiming, the grandson of the Quasi-Emperor Mad Blade. Kuang Yiming greeted Fairy Jiuman. Kuang Yiming walked out with a handsome smile. Jiuman Fairy also said, I have long heard that the wild saber technique is extremely terrifying. No one can match it. Maybe I'll have the chance to see it. Kuang Yiming laughed out loud. The fairy was too polite. It was just a small trick, not enough to reach the apex. The few of them chatted and laughed. Jiuman Fairy did not pay attention to Lin Xian. This was because he realized that Lin Xian did not seem to have any background. Such a person was not worthy of his attention. However, when he saw Shui Yanru beside Lin Xian saying something with her head lowered, he was also stunned. Little Sister Ro, who is this prince? Could it be that Shui Yanru brought him here? This is Lin Gongzi, Shui Yanru said. Kuang Yiming sneered from behind. A loose cultivator. So that's the case. Jiuman Fairy did not pay attention to him. It seemed that he did not have any status. He could not be compared to people like them. More importantly, the reason why Shui Yanru was by his side was probably because he was a bit more handsome. Other than that, he was just a pretty boy. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He could feel Kuang Yiming's hostility. However, he did not care. Not to mention the other party. Even the other party's grandfather did not have the qualifications to challenge him. Brother Yiming, this Princess Jiuman is very famous. Do you know about Ascending Heaven Tower? The owner of Ascending Heaven Tower is Princess Jiuman's aunt. Is that true? Kuang Yiming was also shocked. He originally thought that she was just a proud daughter of the chosen immortal race. Now it seemed that it was not just that. Ascending Heaven Tower was so famous. The owner behind it was definitely very powerful. He did not expect Jiuman to be related to the other party. It was too inconceivable. Thinking of this, he felt that he could give up on chasing Shui, Yanru, and chase after Jiuman, because once he had a connection with such a person, he would be able to soar to the sky. Jiuman acted as though she was the host and invited everyone in. After entering, the young master fairy, Kuang Yiming, and even Shui Yunru were arranged to stay in the Heaven Tower. That place was like a paradise on earth. However, when it came to Lin Xian, Jiuman Fairy said that there were not many courtyards in the Heaven Tower. He would have to inconvenience Lin Gongzi. He gave Lin Xian an ordinary room. Although it was very good in the eyes of ordinary sages, compared to the young Master Fairy and the others, it was not enough. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Shui Yunru also said, "It's fine. Lin Gongzi will stay in my courtyard." This scene shocked Jiuman. Their relationship had already reached this stage. However, Kuang Yiming's face darkened. Damn it! What's so good about this pretty boy? Why does the water fairy favor him so much? Although he had already planned to give up on Shui Yunru, he was still furious at this moment. His eyes were red. Shui Yunru ignored him. She said, "Lin Gongzi, please." Like a little maid, she invited Lin Xian into the heaven-ranked courtyard. After entering, the array was activated. Clouds filled the air, and the people outside could no longer see. Damn it! I will definitely teach him a lesson. Kuang Yiming snorted coldly. Jiuman also said, "This pretty boy is quite capable. However, I will let him know that dragons and snakes will not be together." The courtyard was surrounded by clouds. After entering, Lin Xian felt the power of heaven and earth here. It was very magical. It was extremely beneficial for the cultivation of immortal techniques. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the energy here to consolidate the immortal qi seed in his left eye. As for the divine fire between his eyebrows, it was supplied by the sword world. Therefore, it could be cultivated stably. This was something that other cultivators of the divine Tao did not have. Shui Yunru had an apologetic expression. "Lin Gongzi, I'm sorry. Sister Jiuman did not mean to target you. She just did not know that you are our benefactor. I will go and explain to her." How could she not understand what happened today? Those geniuses were hostile to Lin Xian and even looked down on him. This made Shui Yunru very angry, but she did not have the chance to explain. Lin Xian said, "There's no need to explain. I don't care about them. The energy here is not bad. You should cultivate well. I took a look at your cultivation. You should have a chance to break through to the quasi-emperor realm." Really? Shui Yunru was delighted. If Lin Xian said so, then he really had hope. "Thank you, Lin Gongzi." She was extremely grateful. Chapter 56-47. There were still a few days before the real gathering began. Therefore, when he had nothing to do, Lin Xian would come out to take a look at the immortal city and feel the aura of the immortal Tao. At the same time, he was puzzled. Divine Tao, immortal Tao, and great Tao were one. But why was the immortal Tao so prosperous? There was even the immortal land and the chosen immortal clan. Why was the divine Tao shattered? What kind of battle happened back then? Walking in the immortal city, Lin Xian's heart was filled with doubts. At this moment, a cry of surprise sounded. "Lin Wudi, you're here?" Hearing this voice, Lin Xian stopped and turned his head to look. He saw a woman with yin and yang aura. She was from the Kuan-Peng clan. She was not a Kuan-Peng, but she was also a proud daughter of the heavens. And it seemed that she had a fortuitous encounter, and her cultivation was already at the Triple Crown King level. He wondered what level those emperors had reached. And what about Qing Qing and Ruyu? What about them? Previously, they had split up. So Lin Xian had gone to the Moon Palace. The others should have gone to other places of opportunity. "Fairy Kuan-Yu, do you know each other?" There was a man beside her. He was handsome, and his body was surrounded by multicolored light. There was a pair of pure white wings on his back that flapped gently like an angel. He was a top genius of the Feiyu clan. Fei Jiuxiao said, "He's a genius from the outside universe. His name is Lin Xian, Lin Wudi." People from the outside universe? Fei Jiuxiao looked at him with disdain. How audacious! He actually dared to call himself invincible. Such a person would be instantly killed if he was arrogant in the immortal land. It had been some time since the immortal land descended. The experts from the outside had already entered and fought with the chosen immortal clan. Some had even joined forces. Therefore, the chosen immortal clan knew a lot about the outside universe. For example, they knew that there were a few powerful emperor clans with emperor weapons. Although there were no quasi-emperors, their foundation was still very terrifying. Moreover, after these great emperor clans entered, they used their emperor weapons to sweep through all directions. Gradually, quasi-emperors appeared. They would definitely be unparalleled overlords in the future. As for the others, the chosen immortal clan did not care, because there was no way he could be compared to them. Even if he could break through, he would still be trampled under their feet. This Lin Xian was clearly not from a great emperor clan, so he did not pay much attention to him. Kuan Yu was also extremely shocked. Although Lin Xian had defeated everyone in the outer universe, Kuan Yu was still shocked. Even emperor clans didn't dare provoke the other party, but now things were different from the past. Now that the celestial ground had descended, the people of the small universe had already come in to look for opportunities. Even their Kuanping race had a boundary emperor. In fact, a second boundary emperor had appeared. This greatly increased their strength and boosted their confidence. Furthermore, they believed that it would not be long before their Kuanping son also became a quasi-emperor. Lin Wudi was strong back then, but now they had caught up. They could definitely trample him under their feet. Therefore, when Kuan Yu saw Lin Xian again, his attitude also changed. He was no longer so respectful. Instead, it carried a hint of challenge. After all, they'd once been suppressed by Lin Xian to the point of being unable to raise their heads. Lin Xian glanced at the other party and said indifferently, "If you can come to this place, why can't I?" Kuan Yu said, "Lin Wudi, this is no longer the small universe outside. You are no longer a high and mighty existence. In front of the chosen immortal race, you have become very ordinary. I can come because of young Master Fei Juxiao beside me. He is the pride of the flying feather race. He is very close to the boundary emperor realm. Lin Wudi, this world has changed. You are no longer high and mighty." "Oh, after saying so much, what are you trying to prove? You want to prove that you have risen? I know that there are a few boundary emperors in the emperor clans, but I also have my own opportunities." It seemed that after coming to the celestial ground, the emperor clans and remote antiquity clans were not convinced of him. However, after thinking about it, these people seemed to have become arrogant with the appearance of a boundary emperor. It seemed that he had to find an opportunity to teach these emperor clans a lesson. He had to let them know that even in the celestial ground, the divine union was still the king. Opportunities? You are only a 4-time champion. It seems that your aura is still so weak. It hasn't been long since you became a 4-time champion. Kid, do you know what the real powerhouses of the celestial ground are like? Our flying feather race has 3 boundary emperors. Any one of them can crush you with a single finger. How dare you call yourself invincible? Hurry up and change your name. Otherwise, you might not even know how you died." Fei Juxiao snorted. This was already a threat. Lin Xian glanced at him and shook his head slightly. "You know nothing about power." Fei Juxiao could not even sense his strength. He could be considered a piece of trash. "Kid, you dare to challenge me? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Fei Juxiao was also angry. He took a step forward. "Then I want to see what power is in your eyes." Beside him, Kuan Yu also said, "Lin Wudi, you are too arrogant. You are no match for young Master Fei Juxiao now. You better apologize." "Stupid woman." Lin Xian shook his head. Had the Kuanping race become so arrogant? Kuan Yu was angry and refused to lower her head? Then you can wait to go to hell. He wanted to see how Lin Wudi could be arrogant in front of the chosen immortal race. At this moment, another figure walked over. "Young master, so you are here." Shui Yunru walked over. When he saw Shui Yunru, Fei Juxiao's eyes lit up. It was Shui Xianzi. Kuan Yu was incomparably jealous. This woman's aura was stronger than hers, and she was prettier. If Fei Jiuxiao was attracted by her, she would be in danger. Therefore, he looked at Shui Yunru with hostility. Young Master Fei, who is she? Fei Jiuxiao smiled. This is the little princess of the Shui Yun race, Shui Yunru. May I know why Shui Xinzi is here? I am here to look for Lin Gongzi. Lin Gongzi, I have already done what you asked me to do. Oh, is that so? Lin Xian nodded. This scene surprised the two people on the opposite side. They actually knew each other. Fei Jiuxiao was instantly jealous. What was with this kid's attitude? Shui Yunru had the same status as her, but she lowered her head in front of him, and this kid ignored her. Damn it, this kid was too arrogant. Unforgivable. Kuan Yu was also stunned. In the next moment, he snorted coldly. So that's how it was. She was still wondering how Lin Xian came in. After all, only the chosen immortal race could enter this place. She could enter because of the chosen immortal race. And no matter how strong Lin Xian was in the universe, he couldn't enter. Now she understood. It turned out that he was a gigolo and found a fairy from the chosen immortal race. Did he not want Morong Qingqing anymore? Humph. She despised him in her heart. You go back first. I'll walk around. All right then. Shui Yunru left. Kuan Yu snorted. Gigolo. Fei Jiuxiao also said that he couldn't be arrogant in front of him, just because he had Shui Xinzi as his backing. The Shui Yun race couldn't compare to the Flying Feather race in terms of strength. Lin Xian shook his head. Stupid things. Your vision is too narrow. I didn't come here because of the Shui Yun race. The Shui Yun race begged me to come. It's their greatest honor that I can come here. As for the Yu Fei Feather race, so what if they have 3 sub-emperors? Lin Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. He turned around and left. Chapter 56-48. With that, Lin Xian left. Behind him, Kuan Yu was stunned. What? The Shuiyun clan wanted it? What a joke. The Shuiyun clan was also a chosen immortal clan. Why would they beg Lin Xian? Impossible. She shook her head frantically. Fei Jiuxiao was filled with killing intent. How dare he look down on the feathery clan? Damn it, damn it. When he came back to his senses, he found that the other party had already left. He gritted his teeth. Don't let me see you again, or I'll let you know what regret is. After Lin Xian returned to the courtyard, he found that the pills that Shui Yunru refined for him had already taken shape. Thus, he swallowed the pills and continued to cultivate. Moreover, he also sparred with Shui Yunru about immortal techniques. Now he cultivated 2 immortal techniques, both of which were from the Shuiyun clan. The True Water Sword Technique and the Heavenly Water Art both use softness to conquer strength. The other was Lai Yang Wushuang. When combined with Lin Xian's 9 Yang Divine Fire, it would be extremely terrifying. Young Master, the gathering is about to start. Shui Yunru said. Okay, remind me when the time comes. Lin Xian continued to comprehend the immortal techniques. In the evening, Lin Xian and Shui Yunru left the heavenly courtyard. When they went out, they happened to meet the Divine Force Young Master. Beside the Divine Force Young Master wasn't Kuang Yiming, but another woman. Presumably, she was also from the chosen immortal clan. That woman leaned against the Divine Force Young Master, trying her best to curry favor. When the Divine Force Young Master saw Lin Xian and Shui Yunru, he narrowed his eyes. These two were actually together. It seemed that he had to remind Shui Yunru. He said, Fairy Shui, our chosen immortal clan has our own bloodline and nobility. You better not be deceived by others. Shui Yunru said, You misunderstood. Lin Gongzi is my savior. Moreover, he's very important to our Shuiyun clan. Savior? No wonder. I think he deliberately set this up to get close to you. Fairy, you better stay away from him. Lin Xian turned around. His expression darkened. You've challenged me time and time again. Do you really think I won't make a move on you? Even though the other party was just an ant, he didn't mind killing it with a slap if it was annoyed by him. The lady beside him laughed disdainfully. How dare he challenge the prince of Herculean strength? Was he courting death? The Herculean prince also snorted coldly. Brat, can you take one of my punches? If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. Lin Xian sneered. Judging from your name, you have great strength. However, do you know what true strength is? Not to mention you. Even if your grandfather was here, he wouldn't dare to compete with me in strength. Damn it! How dare you look down on my grandfather? Prince Herculean Strength was completely enraged. He took a step forward and was about to attack. However, at that moment, people walked out from several courtyards in the distance. The courtyards there were for celestial titles, which were of a higher grade than theirs. Only quasi-emperors were qualified to stay here. A quasi-emperor had arrived. The young master of Herculean strength didn't make a move, and the surrounding people all quieted down. When he saw who it was, the prince of Herculean strength was elated. Grandfather. It was his grandfather. The bewitching lady beside him also sneered. She felt that Lin Xian was dead meat. Shui Yanru also became nervous. Only Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm. He glanced into the distance. The person in front was Quasi-Emperor Batian. When he saw his grandson, he also frowned slightly. Didn't this brat say that he was going to cultivate at home? Why did he come here to play? However, before he could scold him, he saw Lin Xian. His expression suddenly changed. Taking a deep breath, he quickly came in front of Lin Xian. Lin Gongzi, you really came. He was incomparably happy. Lin Xian nodded gently, looking calm as if he didn't care at all. The surrounding people were stunned, especially the prince of Herculean strength. His eyes almost popped out. His grandfather, Quasi-Emperor Batian, was extremely powerful and could split open the sky. However, he actually bowed down to a quadruple champion. He wasn't dreaming, was he? The bewitching lady beside him was also scared silly. Grandfather, who is he? He was challenging you just now. The prince of Herculean strength couldn't help but roar. Patriarch of Batian glory glared at him. The prince of Herculean strength was so scared that he trembled. At that moment, he felt that his soul was about to shatter. His grandfather was really angry with him. He didn't dare to speak anymore. At the same time, Batian Glory was extremely scared when he knew that his grandson had offended Lin Gongzi. He had also gone to the Moon Palace. Moreover, he was one of the 6 quasi-emperors who followed Lin Xian. The Yellow Spring, the Azure Bell, and the fragments of the supreme weapon were all fatal. A quasi-emperor couldn't fight against them alone. Even the 6 quasi-emperors were no match for them. However, Lin Xian did it. Lin Xian had single-handedly brought them out safely. This showed that Lin Xian's strength was extremely terrifying and unfathomable. The 6 quasi-emperors swore to respect him. So did Quasi-Emperor of Batian Glory. But now his grandson was recklessly challenging Lin Gongzi. He said, "Young master, please come here for a chat." He brought Lin Xian back to the courtyard of the Immortal Building. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to the Prince of Herculean Strength. "Get over here!" The Prince of Herculean Strength walked over obediently, looking extremely frightened. Shui Yanru was nervous. Is there going to be a fight? Lin Xian gave her a reassuring look. He had known Quasi-Emperor of Batian Glory for a long time. The Quasi-Emperor of Batian Glory would not dare to attack him. Therefore, he stepped into the courtyard of the Immortal Building. The immortal chi here was richer than in the Immortal Building. No wonder it was the residence of a quasi-emperor. After entering, the formation was activated and clouds shrouded. The quasi-emperor of Batian Glory slapped the prince of Herculean Strength in the face. Although the prince of Herculean Strength was powerful, he was sent flying in the face of a quasi-emperor. Countless cracks appeared on his body. He was so frightened that he knelt on the ground. "Grandfather, please spare me." He was dumbfounded. What did he do? Why did he make his grandfather so angry? Patriarch of Batian glory shouted coldly and kowtowed to Lin Gongzi in apology. What, for him? The prince of Herculean strength was stunned. Did I hear wrongly? Quasi-emperor of Batian glory stomped on the prince of Herculean strength again and crushed his body. Stupid thing, Lin Gongzi is my benefactor. How dare you be disrespectful to him? Do you want to die? He quickly kowtowed and apologized. The prince of Herculean strength was really scared to tears. He had never seen his grandfather so angry. And what does benefactor mean? He didn't have time to think. He knelt in front of Lin Xian. Lin Gongzi, I was wrong. Please be magnanimous. Please spare me. He knew that if he couldn't appease Lin Xian, his grandfather would beat him to death. Quasi-emperor of Batian glory also bowed, respectfully. Lin Gongzi, my grandson, is insensible. He has offended you. Punish him as you wish. Even if you kill him, he deserves to die. Hearing this, the prince of Herculean strength was even more frightened. Is my grandfather going to give up on me? Who is this young man in front of me that made my grandfather so respectful? Chapter 56-49. Lin Xian shook his head when he saw how scared the young master of strength was. Get up. Hurry up and thank Lin Gongzi. Patriarch of Empyrean glory bellowed. The young master of strength kept kowtowing. Thank you, Lin Gongzi. Thank you, Lin Gongzi. He knew that he had just taken a trip to the gates of hell. Young master, I've just received news that someone is coming from the depths of the Deity ground. So we're going to discuss it. The depths of the Deity ground were mysterious even to the chosen immortal clan. They could not afford to provoke them, so they were extremely cautious. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Go. Give me a detailed report on this information when the time comes. Don't worry, young master. Quasi-emperor of Empyrean glory sent Lin Xian out with great respect. At the same time, he said, Kid, you're not allowed to be disrespectful to Lin Gongzi. Treat him like you're seeing me. Do you understand? The young master of strength nodded. He was really scared to death just now. Hurry up and go. As long as you follow Lin Gongzi and he can give you a few pointers, you'll have a meteoric rise in your life. Although he did not know who Lin Xian was, the young master of strength believed in his grandfather's words. So he quickly ran out to look for Lin Xian. Even if he had to become Lin Xian's underling, he would accept it. Outside, Shui Yunru was still waiting. When he saw Lin Xian come out, he heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they did not fight. But even if they did, he did not think that Lin Xian would be defeated. The bewitching woman was indeed stunned. It was really a miracle that this guy came out unscathed. At this time, the young master of strength ran out again, which stunned everyone. Lin Xian was also stunned. After coming out, the young master of strength said, Lin Gongzi, please let me follow you. I'm willing to be your slave. Hearing this, the bewitching woman went crazy. Is this really the young master of strength I know? She shouted, Young master, are you confused? What's so great about this brat? Prince Herculean's strength sent him flying with a slap. Scram, don't let me see you again. The bewitching woman covered her face and left in tears. Shui Yunru narrowed her eyes. She knew that Lin Xian must have displayed his true strength and scared the Herculean young noble. You want to follow me? You don't have the right. Lin Xian shook his head and turned to leave. The Herculean prince didn't dare to get angry. Even if he couldn't chase after them, he had to stay by their side. That was a chance for him to make a meteoric rise. Therefore, he followed them all the way. Shui Yunru asked, What should they do? Lin Xian said that he didn't need to care about him and just let him stay by his side. This guy had only been arrogant for a while before. Now that he had beaten him up a little, he would be able to use him in the future. He said, Do you know what the purpose of the party is? The Prince of Divine Force was the first to speak. other than hearing that someone had come from the depths of the deity ground. There was another matter. The various chosen immortal clans had recently explored some sealed lands and obtained some treasures. There were some that they couldn't use, so they wanted to exchange or auction them. It could be considered a small exchange. Lin Xian was also shocked. So there was such a thing. He could see if there was anything useful. Prince, I'll bring you there. The Prince of Divine Force will lead the way. The small exchange was also held in Ascending Heaven Tower. Ascending Heaven Tower, other than accommodation, had many courtyards. Some were developed for cultivation, while others were used for such small exchanges. The third floor of Ascending Heaven Tower, there were already many people here. These people were all here to participate in the exchange. They all had some treasures in their hands. They were here to represent their families. They wanted to see if they could exchange them for something useful. For example, Kuang Yiming and the others were here too. When Kuang Yiming saw that Lin Xian was still with Shui Yunru, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Even Jiu Man frowned. What was going on? Was Sister Ro still insensible? However, when he saw the Prince of Divine Force standing beside Lin Xian, he was stunned. Didn't the Prince of Divine Force look down on Lin Xian previously? Why was he acting like a grandson now? What happened? Even the Prince of Divine Force was bewitched? Kuang Yiming was also stunned. He walked over and said, "Brother Divine Force, why are you so nice to this kid? Did he bribe you? You even said that he has some status. Do you want me to make a move on him and teach him a lesson?" The Prince of Divine Force's face darkened. "As a friend, let me remind you out of goodwill. Never go against Lin Gongzi. Otherwise, you'll end up in a terrible state." Kuang Yiming was stunned. It couldn't be. Just yesterday, the Prince of Divine Force was still unhappy with Lin Xian and even wanted to teach him a lesson. Why was he so submissive today? What happened? When he asked, the Prince of Divine Force shook his head. He couldn't say. As a friend, I can only remind you up to this point. After speaking, he left with Lin Xian again. Kuang Yiming snorted coldly. What Prince of Divine Force? He's just a coward. If you don't dare to make a move, I'll find an opportunity. I'll definitely make this kid kneel at my feet. After entering, it was like a paradise. There were fake mountains, flowing water, pavilions, and even some palaces. Everything was there. There were spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits everywhere. There were also some spiritual beasts running around and red-crowned cranes dancing in the air. There was a rainbow in the sky, and the chi of Tao surrounded it. It was definitely a good place. At this moment, there were already many people sitting in the pavilions. In the middle was a lake. In the middle of the lake, there was a spirit boat. The spirit boat was very big, but there was no one on it. Perhaps the auction would be held inside. There were many people sitting around the lake. The arrival of Lin Xian and the rest attracted many people's attention, especially Shui Yunru and the Prince of Divine Force. They were both famous geniuses of the younger generation, so they all greeted them. However, no one paid attention to Lin Xian because they didn't know Lin Xian. They also didn't sense any terrifying aura from Lin Xian. At this moment, in the Lotus Pavilion far away, a figure frowned. This kid still came. It was Kuan-Yu. He didn't expect Lin Xian to still dare to stay here. He had already offended Fei Jiuxiao. Shouldn't he run away? Fei Jiuxiao also snorted coldly. When the gathering ends later, I'll let him know what it means to live a life worse than death. A biting, cold, murderous intent appeared in his eyes. However, he didn't make a move because more and more geniuses had arrived. They were all from the chosen immortal tribe. There were people from the Flying Feather tribe, the Raging Fire tribe, the Mandala tribe, the Blood tribe, and so on. There were a lot of them. These people also knew each other and greeted each other. In addition, there were also some people, such as Kuan-Yu, who were from the outside world. However, they were brought in because they had connections with the chosen immortal tribe. At this moment, someone exclaimed. Princess Juman had arrived. They saw a beautiful figure walk in. Princess Juman could be said to be half the owner of Ascending Heaven Tower. Naturally, they didn't dare to slight her. Many people stood up and greeted her with a smile. Princess Juman, like a peerless goddess, walked over under the envious gazes of countless people. Chapter 5650. Princess Juman was escorted to the center of the lake. She came to the spirit boat and said, "Everyone, let's begin." Soon, someone went up and took out a treasure. It was a pagoda made of stone. It was mysterious, but no one knew what it was used for. Although it wasn't useful, its defense level was so high that even a quasi-emperor couldn't break it. Therefore, it was very terrifying. Are there any other fellow Taoists interested? It can only be exchanged with other things of equal value. As soon as he said that, the others were also surprised. A woman said, "Can we give it a try?" "Sure." The man waved his hand and sent the stone pagoda into the air. The surrounding people made their moves one after another, creating a terrifying rumbling sound. However, they discovered that the stone pagoda didn't shatter. But so far, that was the only effect they found. Moreover, this stone pagoda couldn't be enlarged. If it could be enlarged into a mountain, then they could use it as a shield to protect. This was an existence that was not weaker than a quasi-emperor's weapon. But now that it couldn't be enlarged and was only the size of a palm, what could it defend against? More importantly, they didn't find anything else. Therefore, these people discussed animatedly, and no one was willing to make a move. Seeing the scene, the man sighed. No one wanted it? Actually, he wasn't surprised because his family had studied this thing for a long time and finally found that it was really useless, so he took it out. However, there was a figure in the crowd who frowned. It was Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at the stone pagoda. He was also curious. DeLong said, "It's actually this thing. Do you know?" Lin Xian was surprised. He knew that he had seen a 9-story pagoda before. Although this one only had 5 stories, it should have similar effects. This stone pagoda couldn't be enlarged because these people didn't have a way to control it. Moreover, it couldn't be enlarged, but people could enter. After entering, they would be able to control it and come out. "What's the use?" Lin Xian asked. It was equivalent to a small world. The inside of the stone pagoda was a space that could be used to cultivate. It could be used as a storage space and could even be used as a flying weapon. This thing was very hard, and ordinary quasi-emperors couldn't break it. Lin Xian was surprised. Although he couldn't use it, it didn't mean that others couldn't. He was prepared to buy it and give it to Qingqing. Hence, he was prepared to exchange. Seeing that there was no one around, the man in front prepared to leave. At this moment, Lin Xian said, "Wait, I'm willing to trade." When these words were spoken, countless people were in an uproar. Did someone recognize what kind of treasure it was? The surrounding people all turned their heads to look. When they saw that it was Lin Xian, they were all surprised. Who was this person? Quan Yiming, Fei Jiuxiao, and the rest snorted coldly. It was this brat. Could this kid afford it? Furthermore, what kind of insight did this brat have? Even they didn't discover any treasures, so how could he? These people sneered, not believing him. Lin Xian said, "That's right, I'm willing to trade." The short-haired man said, "Although I don't know what this treasure is, the thing I want to exchange is not ordinary. I want to see what you have to offer." Lin Xian had too many treasures in his hands. Of course, he did not plan to give them to the other party. Previously, he had attacked so many clans and sections. Among them, the 10,000 Dragon Court had been attacked by him. Therefore, he took out a treasure from the 1,000-wave nest to exchange with the other party. It was a bottle, but it had been in the 1,000 Dragon Court for too long, so it contained a very strong Tao of dragon aura. How about this? Lin Xian casually took out one and asked. The short-haired man's pupils constricted. The others exclaimed, "The power of the Tao of dragon. So terrifying. This must be something from the dragon race. This guy actually has it. Is he from the dragon race? It doesn't look like it. He must have gotten it by chance." Discussions sounded out one after another. The short-haired man said, "All right, I'll trade with you." The Tao of dragon on it was very strong. She could take it back to cultivate or let her family study it. Compared to this stone pagoda, it was more valuable to them, so they exchanged it. After the exchange, the short-haired man asked, "Brother, do you know how to use this thing?" Lin Xian said, "I don't know yet. Maybe I'll find out after some research." With that said, the short-haired man was disappointed. He wanted to open his eyes. What was this thing? The others shook their heads and sighed. This kid was so dumb to exchange for something unknown. Kuang Yiming, Fei Jiuxiao, and the others scoffed coldly. How would they know that Lin Xian could totally control this stone pagoda? When the time came, it would be a really amazing treasure. After giving it to Qingqing, she wouldn't have to use extreme weapons to defend herself when she cultivated or rested. Just this stone pagoda would be really safe. Next, they continued. Some people took out swords, some took out techniques, and started to trade. The scene became really lively. Lin Xian didn't do anything. He didn't care about the remaining things, or rather, they were useless to him. He was looking forward to them taking out celestial techniques, but no one took them out. Lin Xian knew that these families cultivated in the celestial land. Celestial techniques were really important to them, and no one was willing to take them out. At this moment, someone else went up. It was a girl. She had white hair. After she went up, she said, "I have a top-secret technique." The moment she said that, the surrounding people were shocked. She had a top-secret technique. However, some of the 4 crown kings shook their heads. If they had a top-secret technique, they would have cultivated it long ago. Why would they take it out? This top-secret technique was either incomplete or had other flaws. The others nodded. The white-haired girl said, "It is indeed complete. However, it isn't a celestial technique." The moment she said that, everyone lost interest. If it wasn't a celestial technique, what did they want it for? They knew that other than celestial techniques, there was something called mystic techniques. However, they could only use 70% of their power. They might as well learn a celestial technique. Even if it wasn't a celestial technique, they wouldn't learn a mystic technique. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Oh, a mystic technique? He didn't expect to find a mystic technique in the celestial land. This was really surprising. However, looking at the expressions of the surrounding people, he knew that mystic techniques weren't common here. Even if there were, no one would want to cultivate it. However, he was really interested. He asked, "What mystic technique is it?" The white-haired girl didn't have much hope at first. However, when she saw someone speak, she looked over. When she saw that it was Lin Xian, she was overjoyed. Lin Xian had used his Tao of Dragon Aura to exchange for an unknown treasure. Clearly, he had a lot of treasures. Perhaps he could exchange for it. She said, "Sir, my top-secret sword technique is called 10,000 Swords Return to Origin. It's a top-secret mystic technique. Are you interested?" 10,000 Swords Return to Origin. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. It was perfect for him. Chapter 56-51. I'll trade with you. Lin Xian took out another item from the dragon race to trade with the other party. The surrounding people were all stunned. Heavens, another treasure from the dragon race. What a terrifying dragon Tao aura. How does this kid have so many treasures from the dragon race? Could it be that he found the remains of the dragon race? Countless voices of Tao discussion sounded. Some of them stared at Lin Xian suspiciously. Some of them even had power in their eyes. It seems that if we suppress this kid, we might be able to obtain the treasures of the dragon race. Some people had such thoughts. Fei, Jiuxiao, Kuang Yiming, and the others also snorted coldly, their faces ashen. This kid is in the limelight again, but soon they sneered. So what if he has a peerless sword technique? It's a divine ability. Immortal Tao cultivators don't know how to cultivate it, even if it's powerful. Kuang Yiming sneered. An ant will always be an ant. Trying to use this method to improve his strength? What a joke! I let him know how terrifying my immortal Tao saber is. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Xian, on the other hand, took the ancestral returning swords. A smile appeared on his face. He secretly condensed a clone and let the clone enter the sword world to observe and learn. This was the return of 10,000 swords. Lin Xian's real body was still sitting in the pavilion, silently waiting for the next exchange. Lin Xian's side was bustling. On the other side, the villa was also very lively. It was on the 7th floor of the ascending heaven tower. The aura of this villa was even more majestic and filled with immortal qi. It was far superior to the 3rd floor. The people sitting here were not young people, but a group of experts. The real experts were all quasi-emperors. If they were outside, they would be like patriarchs even in the chosen immortal race. Now that so many patriarchs were gathered, what were they going to do? Kaiser Blood, Quasi-Emperor Mandela, Quasi-Emperor Batian, and the others were all here. They were extremely nervous. Mandela said, "Is he not here yet?" The blood race also frowned. "He's been waiting for so long. Isn't he looking down on us too much?" Quasi-Emperor Flying Fish also sighed. "There's nothing we can do. He came from the depths of the deity ground. We are no match for him. It was better to wait patiently." As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the villa was opened. Then a loud voice sounded. "Everyone, you've been waiting for a long time. Come on." Countless people stood up and looked ahead. They wanted to see how amazing the person they were waiting for was. They only knew that the other party came from the depths of the celestial land, but they didn't know who the other party was. When these experts gathered their heads and looked ahead, they were stunned. A young man walked over from the front. He walked with a majestic gait and had an extraordinary bearing, but he was too young. He was about the same age as the grandsons in their family. Such a person had made them wait for such a long time. Immediately, some of the boundary emperors were enraged and dissatisfied. Originally, they thought that it would be a horrifying quasi-emperor that they could only look up to. Now that he was just a young man, how could they be willing to lower their heads? The man who came had silver hair and wore silver battle armor. Beside him was an old man who looked like an old servant. His feet were 1/2 meter above the ground, and he was floating just like that. He didn't say anything. He didn't even raise his head. "How should I address you?" Ancestor Fei walked over and asked with a smile. In front, the man in silver armor also smiled. "Let me introduce myself. I come from the depths of the celestial land, the heavenly Thunder Clan. My name is Tianji." Obviously, the surrounding chosen immortal clan had never heard of him, because they were not qualified to enter the depths of the celestial land. However, they knew that any family that came out of the depths of the celestial land could defeat them. In their opinion, it should be a top-level boundary emperor, not a young man in front of them. "So it's young Master Tianji. Please have a seat." Some of the boundary emperors were more relaxed and invited him over. Young Master Tianji stood there with his hands behind his back. He said in a deep voice, "There's no need for a seat. I'm here today to inform you of something. Go back to your family and make preparations. In a month, I'll take away half of your family's power." What? The surrounding boundary emperors were stunned. Take away half of their family's power? Why? Boundary Emperor Batian was furious. The blood race also sneered. "Kid, are you out of your mind? That's the power that our family has accumulated over countless years. Why should we give it to you?" The other boundary emperors also sneered. They felt that this young man was too arrogant. So what if he came from the depths of the celestial land? They could give him face, but they wouldn't give him half of their resources. Tianji narrowed his eyes and laughed. "Why? Because of my power." With that, he took a step forward and punched the lord of the blood race. The blood race shouted angrily, "You're courting death." The other party attacked him. Was he looking down on him? He punched out a blood sea that covered the sky. It turned into a blood claw that covered the sky. The blood aura on it became more and more terrifying. The entire space was shattered. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard. The blood sea in the sky shattered, and the Lord of the Blood flew out. His body was instantly penetrated, and he fell into the distance. Was the blood race defeated? The surrounding boundary emperors were stunned. Kaiser Blood also screamed and vomited blood. He found that not only was he defeated, but the punch had also severely injured him. The blood and power in his body trembled. He couldn't mobilize his power for a while. Why? After injuring the blood race with one punch, Tianji sneered. Now, do you know what Tao is based on? Suddenly, he slashed at the Flying Feather Patriarch with his fingers like a sword. The Flying Feather Patriarch shouted angrily, "How dare you look down on me?" The Flying Feather Patriarch roared. Countless feathers appeared on the white wings on his back. They condensed into an ancient palm and slapped forward. It was like a raging wave hitting the shore, destroying everything. However, the Flying Feather Patriarch was cut in half by the sword. Blood and feathers splattered everywhere. The screams made people's scalps tingle. The surrounding boundary emperors were also stunned when they saw this. This person was so powerful. These were all accurate. How could the other party be defeated so easily with just a raise of his hand? How terrifying was this person's strength? Tianji retracted 2 fingers and sneered again. Now you know why? Fear. Endless fear. They found that this expert from the depths of the celestial land was not only arrogant, but also very powerful. You're powerful, but you can't make so many patriarchs bow to you alone. The Empyrean Patriarch walked out. Yes, that's right. On the other side, Boundary Emperor Mandela and Boundary Emperor Zhuhai. The surrounding boundary emperors all attacked. A total of 8 boundary emperors walked out. They looked forward and said coldly, "Can you fight against the 8 of us together?"